done quite a bit of YouTube videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. You've been making your own videos?
I have 68 videos for my drawing class now.
That's so cool. Like demonstration videos?
Yeah.
Oh, so cool. I've been wondering about how to begin to do that myself. So that's neat that you've already been into it.
I had to do it when we went online.
The pandemic.
So instead of building them in the format that they have at school, I didn't want school to have access to them.
That's good thinking.
And for them to own them, I own them. So I put them into YouTube.
Right.
Because they're mine.
That's awesome. Are you getting other hits outside of student views and things?
No, they're listed as private.
Okay. Are you doing
because
that?
I don't want other people accessing them.
Okay. So you're keeping it private for a while.
It's permanent. It's going to be permanent until I stop teaching at Moraine.
Okay, that's fair. Will they give you a hard time for having your own sorts of resources
No.
like that?
No.
Then how come keep it private for so long?
Because I get paid to teach that class.
But haven't you thought about, you said you have 68 videos, that's quite a catalog.
It is a huge catalog.
Perhaps they could be monetized on YouTube.
I don't want to deal with the YouTube monetization process.
How come?
Because I have my housemate is monetized through YouTube, and I know what that entails.
Is it a struggle? Is it difficult?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's hear about this. Let's start with this, I suppose, because there's lots of aspiring YouTubers out there.
Yeah, there are. And it's actually a lengthy process, and you have to build it to a certain number of viewers. And it takes a while, and you have to have a certain number of views and a certain number of viewers. Well, we'll talk about it.
We're rolling.
Oh, okay. So you have to have a certain number of viewers. You have to
Yeah.
have a certain number of views, and it takes a while to build it. And then there's this whole process that you have to go through, and then you have to have it approved by YouTube. And it's just kind of a hassle. So basically what I did was I have a couple of videos that are viewable, but it's only a couple, just so that it can be found. But there's only like 2 or 3. And the rest of those are all private. And it's the vast majority of my work that is specifically geared to my class.
Okay. So it's part of your syllabus and your teaching strategy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's specifically geared so that my students know what the assignments are. Now, if I was going to want to monetize, I would change up how I built those videos. And I would make those monetizable. But it's not something that I'm really interested in doing. Now, my housemate and I, we have a complete another channel with a completely different subject.
What do you do in this one?
Astrology.
Astrology. Okay, which I know you're a fan of.
I completely am. But she's kind of taken over that. We still have videos where the two of us worked together at the very beginning of it. But then I became so busy when I had to go online for teaching that I dropped off because I was having to do so much work for school that she took over that channel by herself. And she stopped working because she went on disability. And so that's become what she does. And I don't do that. She has a live broadcast once a week where she goes on and she reads people's astrology charts live every Saturday evening.
Very cool.
From 9 until midnight.
Wow.
And I pop in and I interject into the chat and answer questions for people. But that's the extent of my contribution. And then she and I will, she'll ask me my opinions about people's charts at home during the week. And we'll talk about things that are going on in the news, and we'll look at charts of what's going on in the news. We'll look at people's charts that are in the news. We spent a lot of time looking at people's charts like Joe Biden and Donald Trump and other people like that.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Very interesting. The pandemic. We actually talked about at length the beginning of the pandemic before it even happened. We saw it coming before it happened.
Interesting.
And every subsequent wave that's come through, there's another one coming that's going to be over the next 6 months. So that should be the last one.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah, that should be this should be the last bad one that we're going to have. And then after that, we might have like some small blips that'll happen, but this should be the last of the really bad ones.
Well, that's great news.
Yeah, so that's the last of what we're seeing really on the horizon. 2023 astrologically is going to be very difficult politically.
I can only imagine.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very difficult. But once we get through 2023, what we're seeing astrologically, there's going to be some really radical changes moving into 2024 and 2025. And then monetarily, the people with the great amounts of wealth in this country aren't going to be happy, but the people who don't have great amounts of wealth are going to be much happier.
Well, good. That sounds, I'm right up that alley. I'm cool with that.
There's going to be, things are going to flip. All the things that have happened over the last 40 years are going to be turned back around. So
That's good.
We're going to see a rebalancing, a recalibration of everything, and that's what we're seeing coming.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
So astrologically, that's what we see on the horizon for this country.
That's great news.
Yeah.
That's probably the best news I've heard in a long time.
Yeah. So just realize that we are at, the pendulum swings back and forth. And so we are at that pendulum point where we are at the worst of it. Almost at the worst of it. And it's going to start to swing back the other way. And this next year and a half is going to be pretty dramatic, and it's going to get pretty ugly. So just be prepared for that.
I think we've all of us have probably been prepped pretty well for some more horror.
It's going to be pretty horrific. And this stunt that DeSantis pulled with the asylum seekers and sending them to Martha's Vineyard, and how the people at Martha's Vineyard reacted. He thought he was going to be pulling a fast one on them, and how the people at Martha's Vineyard and how the people of Massachusetts reacted is exactly what I expected them to do. They did exactly what I expected, and this is going to really bite DeSantis in the butt. He's going to be prosecuted for what he did, because what he did was illegal.
Oh my gosh. Is this similar to what's happening or what has happened with migrants, asylum seekers who've come to Chicago recently? Texas? Okay.
Yeah. The ones that were sent here by Abbott. He's also going to be prosecuted for that. Yeah. Federal prosecutors are going to go after DeSantis and Abbott for what they did.
So basically, they had asylum seekers in their state, and instead of facilitating anything, they just shipped them to places that had laws in place to facilitate them what they thought better, or?
Well, what they were trying to do is say, oh, you're so open to having them, you deal with them. As a way to try and say, oh, you think it's so great taking in my immigrants?
Yeah.
You deal with them. Let's see how you like having them. And then we've taken them in and said, okay, we're happy to have them. This country was built on immigration. We need workers. We need people who want to be here, who want to work, who are seeking asylum, who are happy to be in this country, and who want to do the work. And we need people who need jobs, because this is how this country was built. And if we didn't have immigration, this country would fall apart.
Absolutely.
And so, Massachusetts is going to process these people appropriately. Illinois is going to process these people appropriately. They're going to give them asylum. They're going to take them in. They're going to help them with housing. They're going to help them to gain their U.S. citizenship. And they're going to take care of them.
Right.
And they're going to get them housing and do everything that Florida and Texas should have done, and they're going to do it appropriately. And this is going to backfire on DeSantis and Abbott. And it's...
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope humanity prevails. Yeah.
It will. And, you've got these fundamentalist right-wing quote-unquote Christians who are not doing what is spoken about in the book of Matthew that says, who took me in and gave me clothing.
Right.
You do this in my name. Who took me in and fed me? You do this in my name. Who took me in and gave me water? You do this in my name.
Right.
And they're not doing that.
Right.
And those of us who live in very liberal cities are doing exactly that. And we're showing these quote-unquote non-Christian Christians exactly what real Christianity looks like.
Yeah, they're Christian when it's convenient.
Exactly.
Lots of denominations of all sorts of religions, it turns out.
Yeah, we're showing them what they should be doing when they're not doing it. And so it's going to come back and bite them in the butt. And everything that's going on in those states, how they're treating educators, how they're treating low-level taxpayers, how they're treating the poor, how they're treating women.
Right.
And I could go on for days about that because that is a subject that I'm extremely passionate about.
Well, I imagine we'll touch base in this conversation.
Yeah, because that's something that I argue adamantly about and for. Because
before we move on, but can I ask you more of a specific question about astrology?
Sure.
So when you make these sorts of revelations about things, or you get seeds of things, how does that work exactly? Do you kind of ask a question? Do you propose a sort of question that you're going to try and pull apart? Or is it more broad than that, where you sort of pick a time and you can kind of, how does it work exactly?
Well, first of all, I go into meditation, and then I pick a timeline and I think about a subject and I meditate about it, and I pick a timeline, and then I sit down and then I pull up an astrological chart about a specific time, and I look at where the planets are at that time, and I sort of fast forward through it and look at what's going to be going on and where things are going to be, and look at the energies that are going on and how things are going to be affected, and sort of start to piece it together. Okay. And then look at the players involved. Okay. So I start to pull up the charts of the players involved, people like DeSantis and Abbott and Trump and all of those people, because you can find their charts because people have dug them up.
Yeah, I imagine that's pretty much public knowledge.
It is.
Yeah.
A lot of it is public knowledge. Not all of it, but some of it. And you can track down some of it, and you can sort of piece it together. Yeah. So I start to piece some of it together, and some of it is very intuitive. You know, I'm pretty psychically connected to some of it, and some of it just kind of pops in my dream state. I see it in my dreams. Interesting. You know, it's kind of like one of those weird things, like yesterday morning as my husband and I were driving up to work up on the north. We live on the far south side of Chicago, and we work up on the far north side of Chicago. And he and I work together several days a week. And we listened to this radio program about music history, pop history. And we were driving up, and Wink Martindale. I don't know if you know that name.
I'm not
It's a
familiar.
really old name. He hosts it, and they were doing a special about ABBA.
Okay.
You know that
Yeah, I
pop
know
band
ABBA, yeah.
from Sweden? I woke up yesterday morning hearing one of their songs in my head.
Which one?
I can't even remember which one it was now, but I kept hearing it in my head as I was getting ready for work. And then I get in the car, and then there's this program about them. And it was like, I looked at my husband, and I'm like, oh my God, I kept hearing their music in my head as I was getting ready for work. And he's like, oh my God, here we go again. And the funny thing about it is that when I met him 28 plus years ago, he was a bit of a Bible thumper and very religious and very much into church. And now he's like none of those things.
Yeah.
He was very right wing. He was a Republican, and he went to church like 3 days a week. And he walked around with his Bible in his bag all the time. And he's none of those things. I mean, he still goes to church every Sunday, and I don't.
Yeah.
But I get along with his pastor really well, who happens to be very gay and very liberal church. But he's very open to all these things that I'm very much into. When I first met him, he was not open to any of it.
Well, how old was he 28 years ago?
35.
That's kind of old to still be toting those ideologies around.
Well, he didn't really get into those until he was in his mid-20s. So
Okay.
he'd really only been doing that for about 10 years.
Interesting.
So it was relatively,
Yeah.
really wasn't all that old for him. So,
Yeah.
but when he would spout Bible verse at me, I would just look at him and I'd go, shut up. You can't spout Bible verse at me to prove Bible verse.
Right.
And I said, it just doesn't work that way.
Right.
And finally one day, I remember after about a year and a half of dating him, I said something to him, and the way I said it to him, he looked at me and he goes, hang on. And he goes and he pulls his Bible off the shelf and out of his bag, and he flips open to Mark and he goes, read this. And I go, yep, that's exactly what I said to you. And he goes, you just use different words. And I go, this is what I've been telling you all along. Truth is truth. It doesn't
Right.
matter how it's said. Truth is truth. And he goes, I get it now.
Sort of an epiphany.
He had an
Yeah.
epiphany. And that's when he finally let go of it.
Yeah.
And he finally opened up to it. And he realized that everything that I was saying to him was just universal truth. And he became a lot more open. And that's when we finally found a meeting point in our relationship. And he and I have found a lot of compromises. And so a few years later, I sat down and I read the Bible from beginning to end to find a meeting point. And he's been very open to learning a lot, too. I was talking about something, and I was talking about something in his history, and he goes, how do you know all this stuff? And I said, well, because I read the history of the English monarchy. And he goes, I'd be interested in reading that. And I came home with 2.5-inch thick volumes of the brief history of the English monarchy. And he goes, this is the brief history of the English monarchy? This is 3 inches thick. And I went, yep. And he sat down and he skimmed through it and he goes, okay. I'm starting to understand how much you actually know.
Right.
And he goes, now I understand why I was praying for a smart woman.
Oh, okay. Very good.
And I said, right. And I was praying for a kind man because I grew up with abusive parents.
Yeah.
And I married an abusive first husband. And I wanted something different in my life. I wanted somebody who was going to be kind and gentle and caring. And you wanted somebody who was going to be intelligent and articulate and think beyond the box. And he goes, yeah.
That's awesome. It's super cool you two found each other then.
Yeah, it works. It works because, I can figure out how to do anything. I can figure out how to fix anything. I can figure out how to do the electrical, and then I can show him how to do it. And I've taught him how to do a lot of stuff.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, and I've taught him how to garden, and he loves gardening now. And I can teach him how to fix anything. And he's like, how do you do? And I go, I keep telling you I have an IQ over 140. Would you please listen?
Right. I know a thing about that.
He's like, okay, I get it now. So, and I'm like, this is why I have, he goes, yeah, reason number 738 why I married you.
Right.
And
He keeps finding them.
Yeah. He
That's
just
awesome.
comes up with these random numbers out of nowhere. And I'm like,
Well, for all you know, he's got them cataloged.
it's kind of this running joke that he has, he'll just say, oh, reason number 1,438.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, it's just this joke between us. And, but it hasn't been easy either, but he's always been there and he's always been kind. And that goes a long way.
Turns out, yeah.
Yeah, it really does. When you grow up with a father who beats you nearly to death, having a husband who never raises his voice to you.
Right.
It's
It's a much more desirable environment, absolutely.
It means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It means a lot.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I know. I come from a abusive family myself, so maybe not to the extent that you just described, but still there, no doubt.
Yeah, and my oldest brother is bipolar, and he was very he tortured me, so it makes a big difference.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to keep messing with this. These are brand new, and this one keeps sliding down on me. It's so frustrating.
Okay, no sweat. I'm like, what's going on over there? He's like trying to tighten up his microphone. You just have to go in and do some clipping when you edit.
No, it'll be okay. It's just, this is a brand new one. The old one worked better. I shouldn't have
That's okay. I
replaced it.
keep trying to figure out how to get these to sit in the right spot.
Yeah, these are weird too.
That's okay. We'll figure
We're
it out.
good. We're good here.
We'll get it all figured out. So, it's, and then I married a man that was too much like, my first husband was too much like my father.
Yeah.
So that's why I divorced him after 3 years. And then I moved to Chicago, and I thought, okay, I need to move to Chicago and meet somebody who's completely different. And I met my current husband in the process of moving here
Perfect.
on the phone.
Oh, really? So,
Yeah.
how did this happen?
I was working for a shoe manufacturing company in Cincinnati, and I was in the process of getting ready to go to the School of the Art Institute. And I was at work, and my husband still works for the same company, selling shoes, and he called up to order a pair of shoes for a customer. Mm-hmm. And he happened to get me on the phone because I did inside sales, and I answered the phone, and he gave me their account number, and I said, oh, you're in Chicago. How cool. I'm going to be there next week. Mm. And he says, why? I said, well, because I'm going up there to look for an apartment. He's like, why? I said, well, because I'm going to be going back to school. I'm going to be going to the School of the Art Institute. And at the time I was 31, and I said, oh, I'm 31. I'm divorced. I have no children. I live in Cincinnati, which is very conservative. That's where I lived. I said, everybody my age is married. Can't get a date. And I need to get away from my insane family. And he goes, well, I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. You come into the store and meet me, and I'll take you out for dinner.
Awesome.
And so...
What year was this?
1994.
94. Okay.
So I thought, well, so I drove up on a Saturday afternoon, And on Monday, it was Monday afternoon, and it was 2:00 in the afternoon. And I thought, well, this is the funny part, I thought, if I find a parking spot in the loop at a meter,
Right. Then
within a couple
you
blocks,
got some encouragement happening. Yeah.
within a couple blocks, I'll go into the store and I'll meet him. I thought, middle of the afternoon, that's safe. I found a meter with time on it. This is back when you had to put coins in the meter, right?
Yeah.
This is way back in the dark ages, right? I found a meter with time on it, like 2.5 blocks away, and I walked over into the store, and I walked in the store, and one of the guys working in there said, "Can I help you?" And I said, "I'm here to see Steve." And he goes, "Oh, he's over there in the corner. You want to sit down and wait for him?" I said, "Sure." And he walks over and he tells Steve, he goes, "The young lady over there wants to see you." And he goes, "Okay." And he looked over at me and waves at me, and I waved at him, and we didn't know what each other looked like. He comes over and he sits down and he goes, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Hi, I'm Amy." And he's like, "Oh my gosh, hi. How are you?" And I said, "I'm fine." He goes, "Well, what are you doing in about a half an hour?" And I said, "Nothing." He goes, "You want to go for lunch?"
Heck yeah. That's
And I
awesome.
said, "Sure." So we went out for lunch. And the next day, he goes, "What are you doing at about 5:30?" And I said, "No, I'm not doing anything about 5:30. I'm going to be looking for apartments tomorrow." He goes, "Well, I'll meet you for dinner." And we went out for dinner the next night. Had a nice time. He put up with me getting a migraine and snapping his head off, and he tolerated me. And because I don't do well if I haven't eaten.
Sure.
You know.
Who does?
Nobody.
Yeah.
I get migraines, and he was a good guy about it. And after I'd gotten some food in me and I felt better, I was nicer. And he had dated a woman who, for 6 years, all she would eat was cheeseburgers.
Ooh.
But I love food, and he had taken me to this really nice Italian restaurant, and when he saw me bend over and put my head over the food and like waft the smell up to my nose, he was like, "Ooh."
All right. She's not picky.
And we had a really nice time. And then we went out another night later in the week. And I went back home, and we talked to each other every day on the phone for the next 3 weeks. And then all my friends who were supposed to help me in Cincinnati pack up, and my friends who were here in Chicago who were supposed to help me unpack, bailed on me. Well, I told him what happened. He got 2 of his friends. He drove down to Cincinnati, helped me pack up the truck, and drove me back up to Chicago.
Very cool. Very cool.
And that was it.
Yeah. What more do you need?
I
Kinda.
know.
Yeah.
And as we were driving through Indiana, I looked at him, I said, "Why are you doing this?"
Yeah.
And he said, "I think I'm falling in love with you."
Wow.
And I was like, "Oh my God, this is insane." What made it sticky was that he had a 21-month-old daughter.
Oh, wow.
And he was in the midst of going through a divorce because his ex-wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, had bailed. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is crazy." And, I thought, how am I going to do this? But, after time, I thought, this guy he's raising his own daughter. He told me, he goes, "I was not going to let her take my daughter. I was going to raise my daughter."
Right.
And he was doing it. And I thought, this is a responsible human being.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so 2 years later, we got married. And I didn't just get a husband, I got a daughter who was 4.
Wow.
So I became not just a wife, but a mother
Wow.
to a toddler.
Well, yeah. Wow.
And it was rough, but I was still in art school.
Yeah. So let's go back a second. We've got some of your origin story here, but to give us the seeds and kind of the arc of your life, when When did you first know that you were going to pursue art? Were you very, very young? Were you?
Oh, no.
No?
No. I grew up in a house with two older brothers my mother was very artistic.
Mm-hmm.
My mother painted. My oldest brother also painted. And my other brother, the one who's in the middle, was a ceramicist. He does ceramics. So we had a drafting table, easels,
Mm-hmm.
oils, acrylics, watercolors,
Okay.
pencils, charcoal, and a pottery wheel in our house.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I'm not going into art.
You rebelled against the family trade.
Yeah. And a lot of it came from my grandfather, my mom's father, who was a custom jeweler.
Okay.
He was from Italy, and he would make one-of-a-kind pieces, and then he would go around to jewelry stores with his pieces, and he would make them in inexpensive metals as samples, and he'd say, if you're interested, I will make this in fine metals. I'll make it in silver or gold with fine pieces of
Very cool.
fine gems.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know why I put it on today.
You're wearing one of the pieces?
I'm wearing one of my grandfather's sample pieces.
Oh, wow. That's super cool. Oh, wow.
So,
That's
yeah.
neat.
So these are caliper snakes. These are indigenous to central Italy.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this is one of his
How
pieces.
do they do the tooling on that? I don't know that I'm familiar with jewelry that much.
I'm not real familiar with it either, but it's all hand done.
Wow. What year do you think that's from?
This he actually made in the 1930s.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, I've got several pieces that he made.
Very cool. That's so beautiful.
I know. Want to take a look?
Yeah, may I?
Yeah, of course.
And so what is the material again?
This is just an inexpensive metal.
It's so pretty. And I can't,
Now my mom grew up in Providence, so that's where my grandparents lived, and he would go from Providence, Rhode Island, down to New York to buy his metals and his gems.
Very pretty.
Yeah. And he came to the U.S. when he was about 30 years old, from Italy.
Where in Italy?
The province of Puglia,
Puglia.
which is in eastern Italy, right near the spur of the boot.
Okay.
And he had been married there, and his wife had passed away, and that's when he came to the U.S. And then when he got here, he was living in my great-grandmother's building, and that's how he met my grandmother.
Okay. I think he moved to Providence?
Providence.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's where all the creativity, I feel all the creativity comes from in my family.
From your grandfather.
From my grandfather, my mom's father.
Mm-hmm. And then, so what did your mom do? She was a painter?
Yeah, she did a lot of painting. She did oils and watercolors.
Okay.
And then...
also, like, to finance herself? Like, she was
No, she just did it.
just as fun?
Yeah, but she was also incredibly creative. She would sew. So she made most of my clothes when I was growing up. And she also did slipcovers for a lot of our furniture in the house.
Oh, very cool.
And she made like dust ruffles for the beds, and she made all the curtains in the house, and she could figure out how to make anything.
Right. Must be where you got it from.
Yeah. Yeah. She could just figure out how to do anything. And she was very much into gardening, which is where I got it from. And she was just incredibly creative. So that's where all of that comes from in my family. And she was just incredibly intelligent. And when she got out of high school, she actually went to work at Brown University, which is an Ivy League university. And that's where she met my father. My father was a student there.
Okay.
So my good Italian mother met this very New England Yankee man who was an Ivy Leaguer, my father, whose family goes back 400 years in this country.
Okay. What was he studying at Brown?
Finance.
Finance, okay.
Yeah, and business.
Very Ivy League.
Very Ivy League, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Brown went to Brown.
Mr. Brown went to Brown. Oh, yeah. that makes sense then.
Yeah. But my father's family is very connected. Like, my father's family basically settled Massachusetts, eastern Massachusetts, all of Essex County in Boston, and everything northeast of Boston. And
It's super cool you know that. I haven't dug into my family that way yet.
well, I didn't do it. My dad did it.
Oh, okay.
That's why I know it. So Marblehead and Newburyport and Salem and Cambridge, and I mean, you know, my eighth great grandfather was the second governor of Massachusetts,
Wow.
and so
That's crazy.
yeah. I mean, he signed the charter for Harvard University.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Interesting. You couldn't get in on legacy then? No, I'm
I
kidding.
can.
I'm kidding.
Actually, I can go on what's called a president's scholarship.
Interesting. Have you considered a PhD?
I have.
All right. Very cool.
I've actually been considering applying recently.
Amazing. What's your dissertation?
I haven't decided yet. That's why I haven't applied
Okay,
yet.
fair enough. I was only kidding. That's awesome that you are doing that.
No, I
yeah.
actually have been considering it. And very serious. I mean, I've made jokes about it for the last 10 years, but I've been very seriously considering it for the last year. So, I mean, it's kind of ironic that at the age of 60, I'm considering it.
What better time?
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
You know, because I couldn't go for free.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I don't know, does age matter? Now you've got all this lived experience where you actually have an informed view about whatever you choose to do.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I seriously want to incorporate something about art and women in the arts and something about that dichotomy about that lack of representation of women in the arts and how important women have been in the arts in this country from the very beginning, because Thomas Dudley, who was the second governor of Massachusetts and who did sign the charter for Harvard, his daughter, Anne Bradstreet, was the first American poetess.
Wow. Okay, very cool.
So, you know, and there's the Anne Bradstreet Gate on the Harvard campus.
What is this?
She's the first. There's a
this is-
gate.
oh, there's
One
a-
of the gates.
a dedicated-
There's a
okay.
dedicated gate on Harvard campus dedicated to Anne Bradstreet.
Wow.
Anne Dudley Bradstreet. And so it's, and I'm her descendant. And so it's, and I like to write poetry. And so there's this like very deep connection for me
Yeah.
to this. And so there's something there.
I think so.
But I haven't quite culminated it all. It hasn't quite coagulated into
Yeah.
something quite fully formed
Right.
yet.
You haven't had the eureka just yet.
No, I haven't. And I have to figure that out. Maybe talking about it will make it coalesce.
Hopeful. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I hope you do it and pursue it. What are you throwing around? What are you toying with? I know that you're saying the arts and women's contribution to the arts, and like, are you going to nail it down to a specific movement or time period, or you're still very much?
I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure, and that's one of the reasons why I brought this particular piece that I've been working on.
Okay. What do we have here?
Which is it's a piece that I started quite a few years ago. It's a small edition book called Seasons.
Okay. Can you want to hold it at like a 45 to that one there? Beautiful.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 8 pieces of poetry. It's like a yin and a yang for each of the 4 seasons. So the first one is called Solstice Sunset.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a piece of photography with each one. And then each one has a sonnet
Very cool.
that goes with each one. So I'll read you the first one.
Yes.
Sand holds in heat on the surface, digging Digging my toes in, I find coolness hiding from the sun. Time passes slowly for the long-awaited end of day. Finally dipping down toward the horizon, evening's cool creeps on the beach. A light show begins with glowing shades of yellow, orange, giving way to red, purple. Each passing moment, a full spectrum crosses the sky. Then the giant fireball disappears while sky becomes light blue in the west, nearly black in the east. I shiver with the sight of night's first star, trying to make a wish. I can't. It just came true.
That's beautiful. I love that.
I've got, that's like the one side of it. The other one is summer heat.
So this would be
show you the image. This is the other side.
The answer to the...
Yeah. So you've got the smokestack. And these are all geared towards Lake Michigan. Heavy, still air, thick with gray particles. Tall stacks dot the landscape, pumping pollution into the atmosphere. Humidity causes beads of sweat with damp clothing tight around my chest and waist. Hair hangs over my neck, retaining heat like a blanket, pulling air into my lungs as it sticks to the sides of my throat. Instead of balloons, lungs feel like lead weights, with crystallized bronchia unwilling to move. It's an exhausting effort. Each breath out is a sigh of relief, relaxing my body until the craving for oxygen begins again.
Right. Yeah.
So there's this like positive and negative for
Right.
each one of the seasons.
Well, yeah. I love it. It's beautiful. And, I can't help but sympathize with it, because even when you are viewing a sunset and you know why it's caused, and it's that dichotomy, sitting on the beach in pure bliss, and then the rational mind kicking in and saying, oh, damn, it's so
Right.
beautiful because...
So I go through each one of the seasons in that way, that positive and that negative for each season.
That's really neat. I
Yeah,
like that.
and so I have one finished copy made, and my intent was to make 10 handmade copies, and then eventually to hopefully, self-publish an inexpensive copy.
Yeah. It's doable. I mean, I'm
Which
sure
is
you've looked into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I kind of have.
Cool.
So it's just, I've been so busy over the last several years.
Yeah.
And as you know, because we kind of briefly touched on it back in 2018, I got really, really sick. And I was taken to the hospital, and I coded.
Oh
in the
my gosh.
Yeah, I actually coded at the hospital.
What was this a result of? Remind us. Or tell us.
Starting back in 2007, I had a gallbladder flare up, and the doctors kept telling me there was nothing wrong with my gallbladder. Oh, there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. But there was. They just couldn't find it. And so I controlled it with my diet all the way up until 2018, until it got so severe that I couldn't control it anymore. And then for 2 weeks, I couldn't eat at all. And it got so bad, I ended up in the emergency room, and I became severely dehydrated. And while I was in the emergency room, I went into AFib, arterial fibrillation, and my heart rate was jumping between 130 and 200. And they were afraid that I was gonna, that my heart was gonna stop. So they called a code blue on me.
Yeah.
And I started to feel myself go.
Wow.
And my husband started, like, he called his stepmom and was like, I think Amy's going to die.
Oh, my gosh.
And I ended up in the hospital for 8 days. And while I was there, I almost went again. And then a month later, I ended up in the hospital again for another 5 days.
Oh, my gosh.
So, and they still couldn't find what was wrong with my gallbladder. And they still were telling me that there was nothing wrong with it, that they couldn't see anything on imaging. And that started at the end of October. And it wasn't until May of 2019 that they finally took my gallbladder out. It was so packed with gallstones that they couldn't see on the imaging what was wrong with it.
Oh, wow. It just looked like uniform or solid or hollow or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so packed with sludge and gallstones that they couldn't see it. If I had eaten anything wrong, I would have blown a gallstone and I would have died.
Oh, my gosh.
At the same time that this was happening, at the exact same time that this was happening, I was having AFib episodes. My heart was going into AFib, so I had to get put on medication for that. And simultaneously, my ovaries became enlarged.
Interesting.
So they were afraid that I was going to have ovarian cancer. Mm-hmm. So I had to have emergency surgery to have my ovaries removed.
Wow.
So that I wouldn't get ovarian cancer.
Oh my
So this
gosh.
was all happening at the same time within the same 5 months of time. So I dropped like 35 pounds. I became so thin.
Yeah.
I was dwindling down to nothing. I was bedridden for 3 months. I couldn't get out of bed. I had to use a walker
Oh, my gosh.
just to get to the bathroom. I was in the hospital for over those 2 episodes for 2 weeks. I literally could not eat any solid food for 50 days.
Oh, my God. That's wild. That's
50,
unimaginable. Oh, my gosh.
not 5, 50.
Yeah.
No solid food. I was on clear liquids.
So you had your ovaries removed and then you had gallbladder surgery?
Mm-hmm.
Like back to back?
No,
No?
not back
So
to
you had to
back.
recover from your ovary surgery and then?
Several months later.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I was eating barely anything for those months in between. I had the ovaries removed in December, and they didn't take out my gallbladder. And I couldn't convince them. It took forever for me to convince them to remove my gallbladder. I didn't get that out until May.
Wow. How do they... I don't know.
And then when they finally got the pathology back on my
Yeah.
gallbladder, I looked at the surgeon, and I said, "What do you have to say for yourself?"
Right.
And he wouldn't look at me.
What a bastard.
I know. I was livid. I was livid.
Yeah.
And I looked at him and I said, I almost died
Yeah.
because of the incompetence. I said, you and another surgeon wouldn't do the surgery.
What was their original justification for it? Just
they
because it
couldn't
wasn't on
see
imaging?
it, because the CT and the MRI
Mm-hmm.
and the sonogram, they couldn't see what was wrong.
Interesting. And so I don't know much about medical, but the medical field, but did they biopsy gallbladders? I'm not familiar enough. Okay. So
No.
that's their only sort of non-invasive way to take a look at what's happening.
Right.
And because they weren't convinced,
The insurance company wouldn't let them do it.
terrible.
It's the insurance industry.
Yeah.
It's not the doctors so much as it is the insurance company.
That's terrible. Undermining the Hippocratic Oath with finances.
Exactly.
Terrible.
What I had to finally do, what finally convinced them, was when I sat down and I said, this is exactly what happens when I eat the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I explained to the surgeon, step by step, what would happen.
Yeah.
And the resident, I told the resident, and he looks at me and he goes, what you've just described to me is textbook
Mm-hmm.
for having gallstones.
But the surgeon wouldn't entertain it. The doctor wouldn't even entertain it.
When he went back out and he explained it to the surgeon, I had to be extremely calm, very quiet, and very methodical. I couldn't be emotional at all.
Right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have listened. Right. That's traumatic. That sounds miserable.
And this was months after the episode had happened, after the emergency room episode, and after I'd been in the hospital for 8 days. This was months later because I was in the hospital at the beginning of November, and it wasn't until March that I had this conversation with the resident and the surgeon.
Wow. My gosh.
And I was like, this is insanity. This is insanity. And I sat there and I told the resident step by step exactly what would happen. I had one internal medicine doctor look at me and go, you just have irritable bowel syndrome. And I went, no. And she got real condescending with me. And I went, fine. She goes, you just need to go get your ovaries taken care of. I went, fine. Let me out of here. I
Right.
need to get out.
You're no longer helpful.
You are not being any help.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing that you took initiative over all of this. Otherwise,
this has always been this has been a consistent problem with me with the medical community my whole life.
yeah.
So I've just learned that, I just have to be calm and quiet and methodical about how I explain things to them. And then they finally go, oh, okay.
Right.
Otherwise, they won't listen to me.
I wonder if medical school just beats the humanity and empathy out of people or something.
It really does. There's often times when I've been in teaching hospitals or teaching medical groups where I've looked at them and I've had med students come in and talk to me and I go, oh, you must have taken that class your first year of medical school. And they go, what class? And I go, how to talk to your patients like they're complete and utter morons.
There you go.
And they just look at me and they get like really offended. And I go,
Well, it's a good lesson for them.
I'm not stupid.
Right.
I know more about medicine than you are giving me credit for, so don't talk to me like that.
Right. You can't default to think that your patients don't know anything.
Because I had a med student one day who walked in the door and he goes, so are you here for med check? And I was like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, so you took that class? And he was like, oh, he got really offended. And then I had another one who walked in one day and he goes, so when are we going to get you on a cholesterol lowering medication? And I went, so never. Did you read my chart?
Right.
And the doctor walked in and he goes, Amy, stop abusing my medical students. I said, stop sending morons in here.
Right.
And then I looked at him and I said, I'm good practice for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he goes, you're not kind to them. I go, they need to know how to deal with difficult patients. And they need to learn how to not be idiots.
Right. If there's any profession that requires the smallest margin of error.
I said, do you want to know what he said to me when he walked in the door? And he goes, what did he say? I told him, and I said, I told him he needed to read the chart before he walked in the door.
Right.
And he goes, oh, okay.
Right.
I said, hey, I'm good practice. I'm a difficult patient. And he obviously did not read the chart. He goes, I'll have a talk with him. I had another one who was, he sounded like, he was like, he walked in the door and he's like, so how are you doing today? And I was like, oh, yo, dude, have you been out hanging some tin? And he goes, no. He goes, dude, I like the powder. And I go, oh, you're from Colorado. He goes, yeah. And I go, oh, you hate being a flatlander now, dude, don't you? And he goes, yeah, I really do. And I go, so just go up to Wisconsin to catch some powder, dude. And I was like, oh, my God, you got to be kidding me. And while I was in there with this poor guy, I started to pass out and freaked him out because I have all kinds of medical issues, like all kinds of weird medical problems.
Yeah.
You know, when you grow up with a father who like beats the shit out of you, you've got like all kinds of neurological issues, and I'm on some weird medications because of it. You know, I've got peripheral neuropathy and occipital neuralgia and optic neuritis and all kinds of neurological stuff that like all of a sudden will hit me out of nowhere, and I'll just like the room will start to tilt and spin out of nowhere.
What the heck?
Yeah, it's all neurological, and it hit me when I was in the room with him, and the room started to tilt.
Yeah,
literally, the room looked like it started to do this and spin, and he's like,
this is a result of brain trauma?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Just, you saw the video of how George Floyd died?
Right.
Okay. Picture that. Okay. My father's knee was 1 inch further up my head.
Terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, yeah, I've got permanent nerve damage in my skull. So the room will tilt and spin out of nowhere. So, because of it.
Yeah.
So it's like permanent nerve damage in my skull. So, every once in a while, the room, like it happened to me yesterday. I'm standing in this deli waiting to get some stuff for lunch, and all of a sudden the room started to tilt and spin, and I'm like, oh crap. You know, where's the room going to go now? And I kind of like had to put my hand against a wall and just kind of
Breathe through it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not anything anybody can see or understand or know, and
Yeah.
which means I'm going to have to up the dosage on my meds, you know, when that starts to happen.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you're like hyper intelligent and that kind of shit happens, it's like, oh, crap.
Right.
Because you can't think.
Yeah. Everything's scrambled.
Yeah. It like really scrambles your brain. So, just as a side note, when I saw that video of George Floyd dying, I was like, I literally screamed.
Yeah.
Literally screamed. And I realized I was an inch away from being dead. An
Wow.
inch.
Yeah. Right.
If my father's knee had been an inch further down, I would have been dead because his knee would have been on my carotid instead of on my occipital nerve.
Well, that's a terrible thing to understand,
Right?
but
Yeah,
that's an
you know.
absolutely terrible thing to understand, and wild to hear you describe. Absolutely. So, your dad was an alcoholic? Just
No.
Just what's his issue, or what was his issues?
He was just abusive.
Just abusive. Just
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he grew up with an abusive older brother and an abusive dad. And so it's just, you know, it just goes from one to the other.
Just down the line it goes.
Yeah. And so for me, you know, I didn't want to do arts, but like one of the things that happened was that as I was growing up, my one brother, the potter, he would go, come on, let's go to the art museum, because it was free on Saturdays in Cincinnati, and he would once he got his driver's license, he'd go, come on, let's go to the museum, and we would go to the art museum on Saturdays because it was free, and that would get us out of the house. And so I learned a lot about art because of it. And there was so much of it in the house. And
So how old are you at this time?
well, he's 7 years older than me.
Okay.
So
you were
I was
probably
like 11.
11 or so?
Yeah. Yeah. If he was 6, well, or 9. If he was 16, take away 7. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then the one that's, the other one's 3 years older. So he's 10 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
And he would do the same thing. He would take both of us. We would go to the museum. And they're both a little crazy, but brilliant. And that seems to be the MO in my family, crazy but brilliant. And so, I'd go up to my brother's room. We had a 3-story house. And I would go upstairs to my brother's room, and I go, hey, can we play? I was in like 3rd or 4th grade. Hey, can we play chess? Here I am, 9, 10 years old. Can we play chess? I got to finish my math homework. Here's a drawing pad. Let me show you how to learn how to draw in linear perspective.
This is your brother showing you this?
Yeah.
At 9 or so? Yeah. Wow. Very cool.
Or let me teach you about high school geometry.
Okay.
I learned high school geometry when I was in 3rd grade.
Wow.
So when I got to high school geometry class, like my high school geometry teacher who had my brother for high school geometry, he was like, how do you know all this stuff? And I said, yeah, my brother Paul taught me all of this already. He's like, oh my God.
So now he's dreaming up things to challenge you?
No, he just let me slip through class.
Okay.
Pretty much. But it was just one of those things. So I was just exposed to it. So I went into music and theater in high school. And that's what I wanted to do. But I didn't have a good enough ear when I went to go take music theory
Okay.
to be able to hear it and then be able to put it onto the staff.
Okay.
So then I was in college, and one of my dorm mates was taking graphic design class. And I was basically helping him do all of his projects.
Okay. Where were you doing your undergrad?
This is when I was at Ohio University out in Athens, Ohio,
Okay.
which ended up not being a great place for me because it's out in the middle of nowhere. It's a small college town, and there's a lot of drinking out there. And I didn't like being there.
Yeah.
So it was too much alcohol. That just didn't work well for me.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to alcohol. Makes me, like violently ill.
Oh, damn.
So that didn't work well for me. So, but I would do a lot. I would help him with all of his projects. And I thought, oh, I want to take this class.
Yeah.
So I went and I talked to the graphic design teacher, and she goes, well, if you're going to take graphic design, take drawing too, also. Well, I ended up getting an A in graphic design, and I ended up getting the 2nd highest grade in the drawing class, and I hadn't picked up a drawing pencil in years.
Since you were 9 or so, and your brother was showing you those things?
Well,
Or high school
not since I
sometime?
was like a freshman in high school. So 6 years.
Okay.
6 years. And I thought, this is insanity. I'm going to go into art. Went home, told my parents, my mom went, yeah, we're not paying for art school.
So you don't come back to it, or you don't really decide it's what you're going to do until you're about 19, 20 years old, 18, 19, 20 years old?
Almost 22.
Almost 22. So at the tail end of your undergrad then.
Yeah, and then my parents wouldn't go for it. So then I didn't go. So then I didn't get to it again for years. I finished my first undergraduate in communication, in public speaking and writing.
Okay.
And then after I finished that, I went back and I started taking art history classes, and I started getting straight A's.
Very cool.
Started paying for it myself.
This is still in the University of Ohio, Athens?
No. I had moved back home,
Okay.
and I was going to the University of Cincinnati, which has a huge art department. They design art, architecture, and planning. Massive school.
Very cool.
So I was taking art history classes there. And then once I went through a slew of art history classes there, and I like basically run out of classes to take, I decided to take drawing again.
Okay.
So that wasn't until I was, 27?
Wow. And what are you doing for work after your undergrad?
Well, my mom was sick. She had kidney failure.
Okay.
So I'm working off and on
Okay.
through a temporary agency. I would work for a while, and then I would take time off, and I would work for a while and take time off because she was in and out of the hospital, and I was taking care of her. I was living at home, and I was taking care of her.
Mm-hmm.
Because my father was useless. And so it was crazy. I can't believe I was living at home with my parents. Why, I don't know. But it was because I was taking care of my mother.
Yeah.
And somebody had to. Who else was going to do it? So I was like taking, art history classes in between and working part-time and off and on working and trying to scrape by and working for a temporary agency, a really nice one. They were great to me. And then I finally got, like full-time work after she got a kidney transplant.
Okay.
And that was in 1988. And then in 89, I got married to my ex-husband, and that's when I started taking drawing classes. And that was a mistake.
The marriage, not the drawing.
Yeah, the marriage. Because then I realized I wanted to go back to art school.
Yeah.
And then when I told him that I was going to do that, he's like, I didn't spend all these years going to schools to get a degree so that you could go back to school.
What was he doing in this time?
I had been working full-time, and he had been working and going to school to finish his undergrad degree.
Okay.
In, oh God, can I even remember? He was getting a minor in accounting, and can't remember what his major was in.
Well, it's unimportant.
But he's like, I didn't go to school all these years to get a degree so that I could support you while you go back to school. And I told him, I said, you knew when you met me that I wanted to go back to art school.
Yeah. I don't know. That's strange. Who approaches a situation so selfishly? That's bizarre.
That's when I told him I wanted to get a divorce.
Yeah, fair enough.
And things were getting ugly between us anyway.
Yeah.
So that's when I was like, I'm out of here. And then I spent a year at the Art Academy in Cincinnati. And then I had to take a year off without taking any classes. And then that's when I decided to move to Chicago.
Okay, very cool.
And go to the Art Institute.
So what did you do at the Art Institute then? Because you already had an undergrad degree. Were you just taking coursework?
I
or
was
were you
just
enrolled
taking
in
studio classes.
Just studio courses? Okay.
To get a BFA. Because
Okay.
I already had all the academics.
Right.
I only needed like 6 hours of art history.
And you've had probably 18 or more?
Because I
or
had
all of
everything
them?
else.
Yeah.
I only had to take 6 hours of art history. I had all the other art history
Okay.
that I needed. So I took 6 hours of art history, and then everything else was studio. So I was taking printmaking, bookbinding, paper making, fiber arts, and then I did a lot of co-op at the Field Museum and the Chicago History Museum and, that kind of thing. So I was working at the museums in town. When I was at the Field Museum, I was in the anthropology department. When I was at the Chicago History Museum, I was in the historic costume collection. Oh, and when I was at the Art Institute, I took shoemaking.
Very cool.
So I was taking some like really crazy classes.
Yeah.
So after I finished there, I decided to go to Columbia College, Chicago,
Right.
and go through at the time, they were just starting their book and paper program, which is now non-existent. It lasted for about 20 years.
Yeah.
And now it's no more, which is a real shame.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I was studying paper making, bookbinding, letterpress printing, and then there were all the interdisciplinary art program classes that you had to take, which were performance, sound, movement, writing, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the writing and the performance stuff was really easy because I had already had a communication background. So I had all the writing stuff, and I had, when I was at the University of Cincinnati, I had taken oral interpretation, which is semi-performative.
Interesting.
So that worked really well together. And so then going into teaching came really easy for me.
The performative aspect.
The
of it.
performative aspect of teaching,
Yeah.
and lecturing, and being able to get students' attention and hold their attention and make it more of a performative thing.
Yeah. But so let's go back a second. What did you do for your MFA then? What was like your thesis or body of work? I know you told me before, but
I built a 6.5 foot tall book
Mm-hmm.
that was 18 pages long that I wrote, and it had 42 photographic images. Some of them had hand drawing aspects into them, and it was all about my obsession with footwear.
Right.
Because, here I am, I'm married to a shoe salesman. When I worked at the Chicago History Museum, I helped to rehouse the historic shoe collection of 2,700 pairs of historic shoes. When I met my husband, I was working for U.S. Shoe Corporation, and my mother and I used to always fight about my footwear because when I was little, I was pigeon-toed and knock-kneed, and I used to kick the backs of my heels and trip myself, and I had scabbed knees, and I had to wear corrective footwear, and I hated them.
Yeah.
And so I took shoemaking and design at the School of the Art Institute, and I think shoes are so cool because they're very sculptural.
Very, yeah.
And I studied a lot about the history of footwear, and I have, in my house right now, I probably have like 14 books about the history of shoes. And I find it really fascinating. And so it became this huge book that was all about, it was written in 3 different voices.
Mm-hmm.
One is purely straightforward autobiographical. One is this poetic internal voice. And the third is historical, like just this historical voice that just tells you the history of shoes.
Okay.
And how, like, every kind of shoe that I had fits into that history.
Interesting.
So and each voice had its own font and had its own indentation in the book.
Right.
And then I had all these pictures that I built. And so all the paper was handmade. And the text was 30 inches wide, and it was all done in Van Dyke brown prints.
Okay.
It was insane.
So it's 6 feet tall. Like, what's the rest of the scale? Like,
Each page was about 5 feet wide.
Okay. And this is
And it was done in the round so that you could actually take the page and turn the page.
Okay.
So there was a wheel on the bottom of the page, and it was in a wooden frame.
Okay.
So you could take the page and turn it.
What's the significance of the scale?
Because it was so obsessive in my brain.
Okay.
I wanted it to, the director of the Book and Paper Center was 6 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted it to be big enough that he couldn't see over it.
Okay, beautiful. I love it.
Because I wanted it to be big enough that it had this huge feeling that people couldn't, that they could walk into it, and it felt, the scale had to be so huge that it felt overwhelming.
Okay, that makes sense. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And then what I did was I had these showcases that had, I wish I'd brought a couple of them. I have these smaller books that are shoe-shaped that talk. I should have seen. I thought about bringing it. The book that was the original book that was the inspiration for this. It's a shoe-shaped book that has the original beginnings that was the inspiration for this, that talks about my love of shoes and why I love them so much.
You made this in grad school, or you made this years
I made
before?
the first one I made in undergrad school.
Okay, so you had this idea for some time.
Well,
Or-
it started.
Yeah.
It started when I was at the Art Institute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, I mean, that's kind of the golden ticket as far as artists go forward, like to draw from such a visceral part of your life where you have to wear corrective footwear to being your dissertation. That's like amazing. People dream of such a clean lineage of things.
Yeah, and it became that. And then it just turned into this thing that every time I turned around, all the people in my life were buying me like shoe stuff, you know, like artwork that was shoes and shoe-shaped notepads and, you know, pencils with shoes on the top. And like everything everybody bought me had shoes on it, and shoe books and book-shaped shoes and pop-up shoe books and shoe Christmas tree ornaments. Like I have so much of it. I mean, there are shoes everywhere in my house. Not just like and I'm not talking wearable shoes.
Like decorative.
Decorative.
Decor.
Like my half bath in my house
Yeah.
has shoe hand towels
That's cool.
and shoe pictures, and just it's insane.
So what's your most favorite style or material, or does it matter?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
And you continue to collect and
I at one point I told people, I said, please stop buying me shoe stuff.
right.
Yeah,
That's the point.
everybody was calling me the shoe queen, and everybody was calling me Imelda Marcos, and I'm like, no, I do not have 3,000 pairs of shoes. I only have 60.
Only double digits.
It's only double digits. I'm not even into triple digits. But here I am, you know, my husband's been working for the same shoe store company since 1988. And now I work with him in the shoe store for the last 2 years since the pandemic started.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Selling.
Selling. Okay.
I actually first started selling shoes back when I was 23.
Interesting. Oh, that's right, because you were doing it
Yeah.
inside sales, right?
I was working retail in a department store when I was 23, and I was selling shoes. And then I was doing inside sales when I was 30, and then I went back to retail when I first moved to Chicago because I got the job, because I knew people from my inside sales. And so I've known people in and out of the business for decades.
Interesting.
So shoes have been a part of my life for my whole life. And it's a bit of insanity. So the whole thing that happened was when the pandemic hit, my husband's company, the company he works for, they had to lay off a whole bunch of people, of course, like most companies. And all kinds of weird things happened. And he worked on Michigan Avenue, and then he ended up having to go up to the north side because of some things with the business that happened. And I'm not going to go into all of that because it's complicated and it's, it's business stuff.
Sure.
But he was overwhelmed, and I thought, I told him, I said, I'm just going to go up and I'm going to help you. So now I've known his owner since 94. But I never had a conversation with him about my shoe background.
Interesting. So imagine this happened.
Never.
Not once.
No. I would see him occasionally.
How did it not come up? Did you?
Because he never, because
Fair
I,
enough.
just didn't. So, I would see him at the annual Christmas dinner, and I would
Okay.
say, "Hey, how are you? Nice to see you.
Right.
Thanks for dinner. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Hope your family's well. We'd go over and sit down at our table, and he would go over and sit down at his table, and that was it. And left it at that. He had no idea. He had no clue of my background. So we're standing outside the store because it was 6 feet of distance with your mask on, and he said to me, we're standing outside the store, and I go, well, I started selling. I said I sold shoes back when I was in my 20s, and I worked for U.S. Shoe in Cincinnati. He goes, really? I said, yeah. I said, that's how I met Steve. And he goes, I didn't know that. And I said, yeah. He goes, oh, did you know so-and-so? And I said, of course. I knew him for years because I worked there for years.
Yeah.
He goes, I had no idea. And I said, I know. And then he starts talking about the woman who taught shoemaking and design at the Art Institute. And I'm like, yeah, I know her. Mm-hmm. And he's talking. And I said, yeah, I took her class. And he's talking. He's not hearing me. He's just going over his head, and he's talking. And I said, yeah, I took her class. He's talking. I said, yeah, I took her class. I made 2 pairs of shoes. My shoes were in the student fashion show. Yeah. And he's talking. He's not hearing me. And finally I looked at him and I went, I took that class.
Yeah.
And he stops. He goes, you took that class? I said, yes, I took that class. My shoes were exhibited in the fashion show because my shoes were one of the best out of my class section. He goes, I had no idea. I said, I know.
Now you've got his attention.
So that was on a Saturday, and it was Memorial Day weekend. So the store was closed Sunday, and it was closed Monday. And on Tuesday, I went up with Steve, and I wasn't expecting to get paid or anything. I was just trying to help him out because he was overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So I go up on Tuesday, and he goes, I'm just going to start paying you, okay? I said, okay.
Awesome.
And I've been there ever since.
Cool. You're enjoying it?
Yeah.
Somewhat?
I don't mind it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind it. There are aspects of it I like. And there are aspects, of course, that I don't. It's hard work.
Yeah.
It's very physical.
Moving all the materials and staging and all that sort of thing. Because it's in retail. It's like in a store.
It's retail.
Yeah.
And people don't understand how hard and how physical working in a full service shoe store is. We literally get down on a fitting stool and put the shoes on people's feet.
That seems archaic in a way.
It is. But when you have 80-year-old women who come in, who come from houses that are worth $2 to $5 million, that's what they expect.
Crazy.
And you're selling $500 pairs of shoes. That's what they expect.
Interesting. I don't know that I could do it.
And you're dealing with people who have very severe foot problems.
Okay. I mean, I think I could tolerate that more than like someone who's nose in the air sort of thing.
The vast majority of them are kind.
Good.
We get a few Karens.
Mm-hmm.
And I can overlook most of it. The ones that are difficult are the ones that go, people just don't want to work these days.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, God, you just don't understand the economics of what's going on today.
Right.
But I'm like, when that woman said that the other day, I just wanted to look at her and go, so when was the last time you had a job?
Right. That's what comes to my mind immediately.
I've got 3. When was the last time you had 1?
Right. Yeah, it's hard to have sympathy for those sorts of characters.
I'm like, I'm 60 years old. I got 3 jobs. When was the last time you even had one lady? I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Because I looked up her address and I'm like, you're living in a $2 million house. When was the last time you even had a job, lady?
Yeah. It's probably been some time for her.
Because the house, the store is up there on the North Shore. And it's like, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, give me a break.
Right.
But, most of them, on the other side of the coin, I waited on a lady yesterday who had literally the worst feet I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
And because I was kind to her and understanding, she was so appreciative. She was like, she could not have been nicer.
That's super sweet. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's all that people need is a little grace and kindness.
And there was another man who came in, and because I actually took the time to sit down and properly fit him into the right size, he was buying shoes too small,
Oh, yeah.
a size too small.
I made that mistake myself recently. Yeah.
He walked out with a pair of shoes on, and he wasn't going to. Because he'd been buying shoes a size too small for years.
That's wild. Yeah.
And he was really appreciative. He'll be back.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And that store had days when it was struggling, but my husband and I have gotten that store rocking and rolling.
That's awesome.
So, it really goes a long way.
The kindness and the
Patience.
The true customer service.
And there are days where, we walk in the back room and we're just like,
Right.
oh my God, can I just smack this person?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And I'll walk into the back room and I'll walk down to the basement and I'll just go, Lord, give me strength.
Right. You have to. Dealing with the general population.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it just is what it is. It's no different than what I have to deal with my students.
Yeah, you're still teaching drawing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And
is it going well?
It's gotten a lot harder since the pandemic.
Interesting. Like the new wave of students?
Yes.
How come? You think because they've had to deal with this at such a young age? They don't know how to be good students?
They don't know how to be students. And they don't know how to read directions. They don't know how to turn in things on time. They don't know how to budget their time. They don't know how to follow directions. They don't know how to... they're different.
Worse than ever? Not just your average 18-year-old coming into drawing one?
Yeah, way worse. Yeah. That first group that came in the fall of 2020, that first group that they were only online from March of 2020 through the end of the academic year. And then they came in fall of 2020. They were fine.
Yeah.
They were not a problem. So that academic year of fall of 2020, spring of 2021, they were fine. They were great.
Yeah.
The next year,
Right. No,
the ones that were online for their entire senior year,
Right.
oh no. No.
Yeah. Can't even imagine.
No, they completely changed. They became like, I don't know. They wanted to be able to make the rules.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they were just babied through their last year of high school.
They were completely babied through their senior year, and they wanted to be able to make the rules, and they wanted to be able to go, oh, yeah, I know I didn't turn anything for the last month, but can I just turn it in? I'm going to turn it in all now.
Yeah. Not cool.
Not even asking, can I turn it in all now? No, I'm going to turn it in all now. I'm like, no.
Yeah. So, wait, were students in class for that first bout then too? Or was it split up? How were you guys doing it there, Marie?
No.
No, you're still online. When did you come back into person?
It started to come back into class that following fall.
So fall 21?
The fall of 21 and spring of 22, it was still like 95% online.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So just this spring?
It was like last spring.
Last spring, okay.
It was starting to go back into the class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was Moraine's protocol through all that because of the studio courses? Was it just full remote?
There was... It was weird. It was like all the academics were all online.
Mm-hmm.
And then last spring, it was like a few academics were in class, but mostly online. And then some of the studio classes were online and some were in class, and a couple were hybrid, meaning in class part of the time and online the rest of the time. And then it's like gradually moving more mixed. So, but it's like, the further out we get, the worse they get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like it, huh?
Yeah. No, not seems like it.
Well, yeah. And you're experiencing
And
firsthand.
their expectations of what they expect from us are worse. So I've got 68 videos,
Yeah.
right, that I put together immediately for my class. And they're the exact same videos. It's the exact same material. Nothing has changed. And fewer and fewer students actually watch them.
Interesting. Because you have students in class now, or because?
I'm actually doing my classes more as hybrid instead of fully online.
Okay.
And getting them to actually turn their material in on time is getting worse. Mm-hmm. Getting them to actually read the directions is getting worse.
Yeah.
Getting them to actually watch the entire video is getting worse because there's lecture material in the video. Getting them to,
just be diligent students.
Be diligent to budget their time appropriately and to understand how much work is involved in a studio class.
Yeah.
Even though I tell them, getting them, I have it set up that we use Canvas, which is a learning module, which is a learning management system. Mm-hmm. So the way I have it set up is that the first section is all the introduction section. It's all the important information for the class. So there's like a page for important information for each thing. And they don't read it.
Oh, why would they?
They don't read the syllabus.
Yeah.
They don't read the introduction. They don't read the what my expectations are. They don't read like I have a page that says communication, how to get in touch with me.
Right.
They don't read that.
Right.
Like half of them do. Half of them don't. Half of them just skip the introduction and they go straight to the first section. Half of them skip over the directions on how to do the assignments, and they just look at the way I have it set up. I have written directions, photographic images, stills, and then I have the videos of how to do the assignment.
Pretty comprehensive.
Very comprehensive. Yeah. So it's for I have it set up that way because people have different learning styles.
Right.
So that it covers all the bases.
Playing to the bell curve of everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So people who need to see it and then be able to go back and access the written directions to sort of trip their memory on what they need to do. I have that there. Mm-hmm. And then they can see the still images in process.
Yeah.
So I have all of that. I find that some will just look at the still images and won't watch the video.
Yeah.
Some will just read half the written directions.
And just get started.
And just do it.
Yeah.
And And I'm like, you did not follow the direction. I'm like sending them messages. You did not follow the directions. And then they get mad at me and they're like, why did I lose points?
Right.
I'm like, you didn't you didn't follow the directions. You obviously did not watch the video.
Yeah. It's
Because
clear.
there's a little box right there with a video link and it says, watch the video.
Right. And you would know if they had, because it would look better. Or, you know.
It says right there, do not skip the video. There is lecture material in the video.
Oh, they can get away with it, they feel.
Yeah, and I'm like, you did not follow. And then they're like, why did I get a 6 out of 10? And I'm like,
Right.
did you watch the video? No.
Do you feel
well,
like...
that's why you got a 6 out of 10.
Did they continue to do that after the first assignment? Were there...
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Some
okay.
of them.
Interesting.
Yeah, some of them.
What's the average student like these days then? Is it students taking drawing to satisfy their...
It's a mix.
Yeah.
I get students who are planning on going into arts. Some of them, I get a lot of students who want to go into animation or who want to go into graphic design,
Yeah.
who want to do, computer stuff.
They're frustrating for you?
I want to do anime. I want to do manga.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Right.
And they don't understand how important it is to learn realism before you do that.
Right.
They don't understand the importance of understanding the rules before you break the rules.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
Because even in your course, in drawing one in college and drawing one in most college, it's still very much just craft, like you're
yes,
learning the craft.
you have to learn the rules and the craft before you can break the rules in the craft. And I always like to use this as an example. Okay, Jackson Pollock,
Right.
right? 1950s artist. He actually said, forget the rules, throw them out the window, they don't matter.
Right.
Right? He learned traditional materials and techniques when he went to art school.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And then what did he do? He threw it all out the window and he took his canvas and he laid it on the floor and he dripped and splattered his paint onto his canvas. And then after it dried, he took the canvas and he put it onto the stretcher bars and he stretched it. So what's happening to his paintings now? Do you know?
They're being pulled in each direction. You mean like physically?
Yeah, what's happening to them now physically? Are
Like
you aware?
in this day?
Yeah.
I'm not certain. I know. No.
The paint's flaking off
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
because as oil paint dries, it dries very, very slowly.
Yeah.
And the more it dries, the more it flakes because you're taking oil paint, which has, he didn't pre-stretch his canvases and he didn't gesso his canvases.
Oh, so they're deteriorating behind it.
Which puts a barrier in between the canvas and the
Yeah.
oil paint,
Right.
right? Okay, he just put the oil directly onto the canvas. Okay, so there's no barrier.
Yeah.
So what happens? You have the canvas and then you have the oil. So, right? So then what happens? You stretch the canvas,
Right.
the paint puckers off.
Right. It's no longer adhering at all. or
So
very
now
little.
his paintings are falling apart. They're literally flaking off the canvases. So now there's a problem with being able to exhibit his work. They're having to store his canvases lying flat
Yeah.
in order to preserve them because they're falling apart. And this has been going on for the last 30 years. It started happening in the late 80s, early 90s.
Right.
And I actually saw a big lecture about this in the late 80s, early 90s, and I actually did a project in art school at the Art Academy of Cincinnati about this. And my instructor, I did a piece based on this for one of my 2D classes and 3D class. And I had it set up so that it would literally fall apart in class. And she goes, I don't buy it. And stuff started falling off my piece during class. And she goes, what do I keep hearing? Somebody goes, Amy's piece is falling apart. And she goes, oh, please, no. And they're like, no, really, it's falling apart. And she got mad.
Why would she get mad? She thought you staged it?
Because she didn't buy into what I was saying, and she thought I was full of shit, basically. And what I was saying was actually, first of all, it was true about his work. Second of all, I actually made it work.
Yeah.
And I was proving my point, and she thought it was...
You recreated.
I recreated
Yeah.
what I was saying with what I did. And she got mad that I actually proved my point. And sometimes instructors get pissed off at that.
They do?
Yeah, art instructors can be that way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When that... Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
not just art instructors. Professors can often be that way.
anyone who's the authority, and then...
The authority doesn't always like it when they're proven...
Yeah.
When they're outproven by a student.
Right.
Yeah, they don't like it.
I get that.
So I proved my point, and she got pissed off.
So this was your painting professor? Your
It was a 2D professor.
a 2D professor wouldn't buy it that this oil material wouldn't adhere to the canvas.
Well, I wasn't using oil material.
Okay.
I was using actually plastilina and other materials that I had stuck into the plastilina.
Mm-hmm. The whole point being, though, to prove that this is what's happening with Pollock's work.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So anyway, my point was that I was trying to explain to my students about this, that the importance of learning materials and techniques and the importance of learning the basics of materials and techniques and learning those first before you break the rules.
Right.
Right? That Pollock said, oh, you don't have to learn the basics of materials and techniques.
Right. To hell with it.
Screw it. You know, that, and that's the whole point of contemporary art is, you know, that these old techniques of learning the basics of materials and techniques, that these old processes aren't important, and that contemporary art says, oh, screw it. It doesn't matter.
Sure.
Well, it does matter.
Well, I think if you're to innovate, you need to understand where you're coming from, what the materials are capable of.
And so my point with these young students today who are doing anime and manga and want to do anime and manga, fine, that's fine. But you have to understand true proportion, understand true drawing, and understand how it works before you break the rules and then do that.
Right.
You can't just throw out those rules.
Certainly not.
And so I always use Pollock as my example of that. So I always tell them the story about my experience with that teacher.
Yeah.
And how she got pissed off at me.
Well, yeah.
And I'm like, you have to understand this, because if you're going to draw that way, you have to understand how linear perspective works. You have to understand true proportions of the figure first before you break the rules of the figure.
Absolutely.
Because then when you look at the way they draw the proportions of the face and how they're exaggerated, the eyes are way too big, the noses are way too small.
Right. Well, it's stylized for entertainment. It's not fine art, you know? And that's why I think kids like it, perhaps. Students like it, perhaps.
The waists are too thin, the breasts are too large, the legs are too long.
Right.
You know, it's
incredibly stylized. And
it is very stylized. And that's part of why I don't like it.
Well, especially anime is notorious for, you know, kind of embellishing the female figure, and it's very misogynistic in that way.
DC and all that other stuff.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, the
all
way
of
they
it.
just,
Yeah. Beauty standards as a whole in the industries, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I had this argument with some people online the other day about this, and people were laughing at me, and I'm like, you know, it actually feeds into a lot of the problems that young women have about body image.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And people were laughing at me about that. And I'm like, no, it's legit.
Right.
Really, it is legit. If you all had spent the last 20 years, 30, for me, the last 40 years, looking at naked women's bodies in a figure drawing studio, you might have a modicum of understanding of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I've been looking at the nude female figure for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
In a drawing studio. I understand the proportions of the female figure. And I understand how, because there was a thing that came up about Disney princesses and how horrible the proportions are. And it drives me crazy when students go to do their self-portraits and how the eyes are Disney eyes. They're way too big.
Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah.
They're way out of proportion. You know, eyes are not that big. And people draw Disney eyes on themselves.
Interesting. Well, have you familiar with this phenomena, like the cell phone Snapchat filters and Instagram filters?
Yeah.
How all of this, I forget the study. I read this study a couple of months ago. But basically,
it does that stuff
incredibly,
to it.
Yeah, it stylizes them instantly. And now they're sharing this with each other, and it's a major form of communication, or sometimes the only form of communication.
Yeah, and they don't. The real person doesn't look like this stylized person, and it's
never.
so fake.
Yeah, it's absurd.
And,
so absurd.
So like, as an example,
Mm-hmm.
I did my self-portrait just the other day.
Oh, very cool. Awesome. It looks great. How much time do you think you spent on this one?
Less than 2 hours.
Less than 2 hours?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe an hour and a half.
Awesome.
And it looks like me.
Yeah.
It is me.
No, that's definitely your likeness, no doubt.
And the proportions are proper.
Mm-hmm. So what are you doing to, when students are argumentative or don't want to do these sorts of things, what are you telling them or showing them or doing to convince them? Because I think I've told you this. I'm teaching 6 drawing and painting classes right now as well.
No, you didn't.
Okay, I'm teaching 6 courses, drawing and painting 1, drawing and painting 2, AP and studio art honors at a high school.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Which high school?
I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. I can appreciate that. No, you didn't tell me that. What I tell them is learn the proper way first.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've learned it the right way, then you can make a decision about how you want to break the rules.
Right. And that's what I try to convince them as well. But
I'm not going to let you break the rules in my class.
Right. It's not for it. This isn't the place
This
for
isn't the place. This isn't the time. This isn't the place.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it later after you're out of my class. But as long as you're in my class, you're going to do it the proper way.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to do it the way that is the you're going to use the right materials, you're going to use the right techniques, and you're going to do it the way that is proportionally correct.
Right.
I'm not going to accept anything less.
Right. As you should.
Because my own style is not realism. Right?
Right.
This is not realism.
Right. Very abstracted form.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had an instructor in graduate school who said to me, I don't know if you're trying to be abstract or you just don't know how to draw.
Oh, I remember you telling me this story.
Right?
That's absurd to me.
And it's not that I didn't know how
right.
to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Why would a graduate professor even propose that? This is a contemporary art class. You're a contemporary artist. What does it matter? Why should it have even mattered?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I also had another instructor in that same department who said to me, here I am, I'm doing my graduate thesis work. I'm building my 6-foot-tall book, proposing to build my 6-foot-tall book, talking about my obsession about shoes and my I'm giving my story, and I'm showing my shoe images, and this instructor said, "Well, I have a thing about shoes too, but who the hell gives a fuck?"
Yeah.
Who says this to a graduate student?
Someone who's jaded and unfulfilled in their career, likely.
And my first thought was, well, that's how I feel about your work too.
Yeah. Of course.
I mean, you could say that about anybody's work.
Right.
That's really incredibly inappropriate and rude. You don't do that. I can do realism. I choose not to.
Right.
You know, you could say that about any artist. You could say that about Monet. You could say that about Degas. You could say that about Seurat. You could say that about Pollock. He could do realism. He did realism before he went into abstraction.
Right.
And expressionism. He did realism. He chose not to.
Right. Why continue to do this sort of thing? So I don't understand that at all. Like, so I have this theory. It's a pretty common theory. So noble patronage of the arts ends. Now I've got artists making them work for themselves finally. A couple 100 years later, 150 years later, so the camera's invented. It's no longer on the burden of the artist to depict the real natural world.
Right, the middle of the 1800s, right.
So artists begin to depict sensation and feeling and emotion and anything that is not necessarily realism.
Right.
So how do you get to a contemporary art course in, this is what, the 90s you're doing this, right?
Yeah.
And a professor says this isn't realism? Like, what the hell? I don't understand that at all. I
the late 90s.
Yeah, late 90s.
She says this to me.
We just had abstract expressionism for the last, half a century or whatever. I don't understand why that's even in the dialogue.
Even a point?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Especially to a grad student.
I still don't understand because her work isn't realism.
So what was her critique?
The same instructor who said this, who made that comment. I don't know if you don't know how to draw or, her work isn't realism.
What was the critique then? She was just attacking you?
Yeah.
Because she's a bitch?
Basically.
I don't understand. I don't know.
She and I had a real serious personality conflict.
Okay.
I mean, definitely, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely, for sure. We didn't see eye to eye on anything.
So she was just coming at your work because she
didn't this like was you. My first semester in grad school.
Was she just...
And she and I had issues with each other all 3 years. Because, art grad school is 3 years. An MFA program is 3 years. So all 3 years, we had issues with each other.
And why?
I don't know.
She just had it out for you?
To this day, I still don't know. Mm-hmm. All these years later.
Just thinking about it.
Over 20 years later, I still don't know. And to this day, it still gets me. It's like, what the hell?
Perhaps she was threatened by your work?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know. And when I tried to breach the subject, it was kind of like, I don't know what your problem is with it.
With her attitude?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so she's just being dismissive all around.
Yeah, she was always really dismissive of me and my feelings and how I felt about stuff. She was always really dismissive.
Interesting.
Yeah, and what was interesting about it was when I got hired at Moraine Valley, my colleague who hired me, he said, "Oh, so you know so-and-so." The woman who said this to me, and I'm not going to say her name.
Yes, don't.
He said, "Oh, so you know so-and-so." And I went, "Yeah, of course." She was my instructor for several courses. And I kind of left it alone. And several months later, I said, "Can I ask you a question?" He goes, "What?" And I go, I said, "You obviously met her." And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "What was your impression of her?" And he goes, "Well, she was pretty full of herself."
Okay. That's good to hear.
And I said, yeah. I said, that's a pretty fair statement.
Yeah.
I said, I would agree. I said, which I find rather interesting because her mother was like one of the nicest people you could ever meet. Because I met her mother and spent an entire weekend workshop with her mom and had a great time with her mom. But, and this is something that I thought of over the weekend, over the last couple of days, as I was thinking about doing this with you, is that being a fine artist and really dedicating your life to it, if you're really going to be putting your work out there and doing the work, it's really a selfish endeavor.
It is. Yeah.
It's a really very selfish endeavor. And that was one of the things that I did not have the opportunity to do.
Yeah.
First of all, it's not me.
Mm-hmm.
I put my energy into my students. I put my energy into helping them to succeed. Everything that was ever said to me or done to me or that I experienced through school or in my life is everything I do not do to my students.
Of course.
Being a musician, a really outstanding musician, writer, or fine artist is a very selfish endeavor if you're going to be entirely successful. I didn't have that opportunity. I got married to a man who was gone 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and I was raising his child.
Yeah.
Not my child, his child.
Right.
And I grew up in a family where I had abusive family members and I was caring for an extremely sick mother.
Right.
And I started taking care of her at the age of 9.
Mm-hmm.
So never in my life did I really have much of an opportunity to be that selfish.
Yes.
I had 2 years of my life that I had, 3 years of my life that I had that opportunity. That was it.
Yeah.
I only had 3 years of my life that I had that opportunity to do that. And so I was never really that person.
Mm-hmm.
And so to have someone who was that person, this instructor that I had who made this comment to me, lives alone, has had that opportunity to be that person, has never had responsibility for anybody else.
Right.
And is that kind of a person, right?
Well, yeah.
So is very self-involved.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody who is in the arts and this person is very successful.
Okay.
Is very, very successful. This is a person whose name...
Is their work interesting, though?
To many people, yes.
Okay. Like, is it...
This is a known name.
Okay, I'll ask you when we're not talking.
I will... If I say something... If I explain who this person is, you will know this person.
Okay.
Off air.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
don't say who.
So, somebody like that is automatically going to be self-involved. That's
Of course.
just the nature of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So when you think about it, that's just the nature of the beast. And I don't blame them for being that way. That's just how it is.
Right.
You know, my brother, who is the ceramicist,
Yeah.
is like that. He has never had to raise children. He has always had people around him to take care of him. And he is very, very gifted.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very selfish.
Well, yeah. You know, you kind of are if you choose that as a life. Yeah.
You know, he's very selfish. And, you know, he's married to somebody who takes care of him.
Yeah.
And so when you have that as an opportunity, you can be that way,
Yeah.
And
Did you know this before you went into your MFA? Was your plan to make work and exhibit work, and
Yeah.
that was the plan?
yeah, that's what I wanted to do. But I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to get married and
course, yeah.
raise somebody else's child and have to give up my life for that and have to, and be with a man who was gone 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, and I'm going to have to raise his child.
Yeah.
That wasn't, and I'm going to have to work, have
Yeah.
a job on top of it. That wasn't my plan. My plan was to be able to have a life and make art and dedicate my life to that and be selfish.
Yeah.
That was my thought. But, things change. Your life changes.
Yeah. And I mean, you're making these choices. Like,
Yeah, you do.
you know.
You make choices in your life. And then, after I got out of grad school, I got sick.
yeah.
All that stuff from my childhood caught up with me. All that nerve damage caught up with me, and I got sick.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't do everything I wanted to do.
I mean, just from an outsider's perspective looking in, though, like, I think you must feel fulfilled in life, right? You must feel mostly fulfilled in life. You've done all of these things. You moved away from home. You
know
took
what?
these risks.
I did. I did move away from home, and I did take a lot of risks.
Yeah.
And what I find really fulfilling, and I was thinking about this earlier today, what I find really, really fulfilling is being in the drawing studio when I see a student, when the light bulb goes on,
Oh, yeah.
and they finally understand how to get the three-dimensional world onto the two-dimensional page. And they understand light, and they understand perspective, and they understand curvature of
Yeah.
space.
Right.
When I see that click in, that makes me really happy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That to me, because I'm giving back, and giving back makes me really happy.
Yeah. That's incredibly profound, of course.
You know?
know?
That to me, when I can
Well, I mean, that's, I don't want to.
when I can get somebody to understand
The bedroom assignment. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and understand how this works
Oh, yeah.
and why it works,
Yeah.
and see it and recreate it. And they go, oh my God, that's why that works.
Oh, yeah.
That makes me really happy.
Oh, I bet.
And I get excited about that. I had several years ago, I had 2 nursing students in my class. First day of class, they walked in, they sat down, they were listening to the first day lecture, and the one raised her hand. She goes, "Should we even be here?" I'm like, tell you what,
Yeah.
show up every day, do what I ask you to do, turn in your assignments on time, and try the best you can and improve. You'll get a B. If you can be happy with that, stay.
Yeah.
The one girl got a B. The other one, she improved so much she got an A.
Awesome.
And they were thrilled. Halfway through the semester, they said to me, they go, "Miss B, gotta tell you, we love being here. We have your class before we have to go to anatomy and physiology. That is like the hardest class
Yeah.
for anybody going into medicine.
Yeah.
It is literally the hardest class." And they go, "You have no idea how great it is to be here before going to anatomy and physiology,
Yeah.
because this calms our minds."
Oh, yeah. They're working on the other side of the brain.
Yeah. And they go, "This actually helps us to focus our minds in a different way."
Oh, I bet.
And and that really just, I was like, that was so profound for me. And they loved it.
Yeah. It probably
And
made
then-
them better in their other coursework.
It did.
Yeah.
And then this summer, This summer I had a guy, now summer classes move twice as fast, right? Because it's only 8 weeks instead of 16. And he missed the first week.
So he missed, a whole
It's like-
portion.
That's 2 weeks of class for a regular semester. He got so far behind. And I said, dude, he called me. I said, you need to call me. He called me on the phone because it was all online. I said, dude, you're 2 weeks behind. He goes, what do you mean I'm 2 weeks behind? I said, if this was a regular semester, you missed the first 2 weeks of class.
Yeah.
He goes, I said, you may want to consider withdrawing. He goes, I don't want to withdraw. And he goes, I don't want to lose the money. I said, all right, you're going to have to work really, really hard. It was getting close to the end of the semester, and he had a C. And it was time for self-portraits. And he goes, I want to do really well. I said, okay. So we got on video chat, and I walked him through the process of doing his self-portrait.
Yeah.
And he did really well in his self-portrait. And it came down to it, and he had a 79.59.
After submitting the self-portrait?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And I looked at it, and I thought about it. And I wrote him this long email. And I bumped him. Now, in 22 years, I've only bumped less than a dozen students. I don't bump people. They have to be in that last 1% for me to bump them.
Yeah.
And they have to have worked really hard. And they have to have done something really outstanding. He did a really great job on his self-portrait, by the way.
Awesome.
And I wrote him this long email, and I explained to him, I said, you're going to look at Canvas, and you're going to see that you have a 79.59, which is technically a C. But I'm giving you a B, and this is why. And I explained to him. He wrote me back the nicest email, and he thanked me profusely for all these things. It was the nicest email. And I did it because he worked so hard the rest of the semester of getting everything done on time, in on time, trying really hard, and then he reached out to me at every opportunity to try and do as much as he could to make up for those 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, it's those things.
Yeah, kudos to him. If you're going to screw up the first like that, that's how you make up for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's cool that...
And that's what makes a difference to me.
Yeah.
And it's those kinds of things that make a difference to me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I know the feeling. So I'm a high school dropout, and now I teach high school art. So...
You dropped out of high school? Really?
Oh, yeah. Because of all of the things I went through in my childhood. So, a product of that was me leaving high school and before it was finished. And now I teach high school art. So I understand what you're saying. Like when seeing a student get it, advocating for them, to them, getting them to do it for themselves, and then seeing them improve. Like that's...
Yeah, I know the feeling. When now, college exams.
Yeah.
The SATs and ACTs.
Mm-hmm.
People in Illinois take ACTs, right? Okay, so in Ohio, you take SATs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The night before the SATs, I didn't drop out of high school. I might as well have. I went to go take my SATs. I got home at 3:30 in the morning the night before, the morning of. I was drunk.
Drunk in the test? Drunk in the testing center?
I got to the test drunk.
Okay.
Still drunk.
How old are you? 17? 16, 17?
I was already I was almost 18.
Okay.
I fell asleep for 45 minutes during the test.
Okay.
I got the equivalent of a 23.
All right, not bad. Some kids, cross their fingers and say their prayers for a 23.
I know. I got a 23, and I was drunk, and I fell asleep for 45 minutes. And when I woke up, I had a hangover.
That's great.
And the reason why I got and I graduated from high school with a 2.7 GPA.
So not reflective of your intelligence?
Nowhere near.
Nowhere near, yeah.
Nowhere near. And I got accepted to state university because of my college prep exam scores.
Awesome.
Not because of my grades in high school.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works out, though.
Yeah. And then, then when I went away to school and they gave us prep tests, placement tests
Yeah.
to place us, they didn't put me in college algebra. They put me in calculus. And they didn't put me in freshman English. They put me in sophomore English.
Right. So it finally caught up to you, at least. Did you get to collect those credits below you then? Did they
no.
waive
No,
those?
no.
No, the coursework got harder.
No, they just put me in harder coursework because that's the level where I actually was.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, that's good.
And when they looked at my test scores, and then they looked at they were like looking at the information. They're like, what? I said,
Did you tell him you were drunk?
I actually did. I said, well, when I took the SATs, I was drunk and I fell asleep for 45 minutes and I woke up hungover and I still got a 23.
Right. Well, they're probably happy to hear it because they're looking at the data set and they're like, well, this doesn't make sense. So
yeah, I know. I know. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to them.
yeah.
Yeah, it didn't. It was like, how could you? So yeah, and it was something that like my high school guidance counselors couldn't quite grasp because, we took PSATs, we took preparatory SATs, and those were really high.
Right.
Like really, really high. And then when I took the SATs, they weren't nearly as high. So
they knew something was up.
yeah, and well, of course, they told my mother that it was a fluke.
It was a fluke. Okay. Well, you knew what happened.
I knew it. I knew exactly what happened.
Yeah.
My parents were just like, I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
I was like, are you really that stupid?
Right.
So, we get it.
Yeah.
Right? We totally get it. So, teaching, and you probably come across this now with your students, you can spot them.
Oh, yeah. Immediately. They're my favorite usually, but
And those are the ones that you reach out to, and those are the ones that you connect with, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah, and those are the ones that you're like, if your life is imploding, come and talk to me.
Right.
Right?
I haven't had to say that just yet, but I think they are gathering that from me.
I actually say it
Do you really?
out loud.
Well, that's awesome of you. Yeah, no, that's really cool. I guess I haven't developed the familiarity to just come on with it just yet. But
I actually say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Usually the second or third day of class.
Mm-hmm.
If your life is imploding, feel free to come and talk to me.
Yeah, that's good. That's very important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my first semester teaching. That actually happened with a student. She had gotten pregnant and she didn't know who to talk to, and she came and talked to me, and I was sitting there and I wasn't feeling very well, and I'm having this conversation with her. I'm like, excuse me, hold on, I'll be right back. I got to go use the restroom. And I went to the restroom and I was feeling really sick and I threw up, and I came back and I sat down and I go, okay, let's resume this conversation. I was like, no, I was really sick.
Yeah.
And she's like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. We got to finish this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Put your own well-being in front of theirs, of course, for a situation like that.
Just for a moment, and then
Yeah,
it was really important that I have the conversation with her, because she was dealing with a really difficult scenario. And it's
Right.
like, how, she's like, I don't know what to do. She's like, and then as we were going along through the conversation, she goes, I just knew that you would know the right thing to say.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sometimes that's intuitive for people, oftentimes,
And I just pick up on it. I just know. And after all these, it just was always, because I didn't start teaching until I was in my late 30s,
Yeah.
But I've always been real intuitive. And so I was always really able to pick up on it. And the older I've gotten and the more I've taught, the easier it's become. I can walk up to them and I can sense it. I just feel it. And it's like, I very quietly just kind of whisper in their ear, if you need somebody to talk to, just let me know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And, I'm sure you think back on yourself, because I think back on myself, and I try and reimagine it. And I just know that I looked so lousy with just all of it, just lousy with pain. And students don't realize that they're doing it because they're young, and they don't realize they're emoting these sorts of things, but it's all over them.
The reason why I do that is because I actually walked up to teachers and said it out loud to them, and they just looked at me like...
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I'm familiar with this.
And they just said nothing.
Yeah.
Like, the 2 days after my father almost killed me, I walked up to the gym teacher, and I pulled up the back of my shirt, and I said, I can't do gym today. Look at me.
Yeah.
And I put my shirt back down, and he just looked at me and went, okay. And that was it.
Why do you think these people become teachers? Why do you think they want to interface with students and be involved in their lives 5 days a week, an hour every day, and not actually try to advocate or help them?
I don't know.
I don't understand it
I
either.
have no freaking clue, because if they're in a building with students,
right,
and then they're not going to advocate for the students that they're there with, especially if they have a student who walks up to them and is like, help me.
Right.
I walked up to 3 teachers in my school.
Yeah.
And not a single one of them did a bloody thing for me.
I don't understand.
My own psychiatrist, who I saw the very next day, did nothing for me.
What the heck was she doing?
I don't know.
She just dismissed your story?
I don't know.
That's insane to me.
I don't know. Well, it was a very different era.
Yeah.
It was 1981. It was very different. I suppose.
Yeah.
I found out much later that my one brother actually went to my parents and said, if you ever touch her again, I will kill you. But, who knows? But I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get teachers who think that going into teaching, that they can go into teaching and not advocate for students.
Yeah, I feel like for a long time it was taught to interject your personality,
not to get involved.
To know them,
right?
But that's not an effective method.
I think there is still a certain amount of that.
I think so.
As a matter of fact, I was basically told that by an administrator at Moraine.
Well,
I was told outright, it's not your place. Refer the student to such and such office.
Yeah.
It's not your place to get involved.
I say fuck that.
I was like, no.
Yeah.
This is a student who was being physically abused by her parents and was home for the summer, and while she was away at school the previous year had been raped. So I'm like...
And they suggest you turn your humanity off and turn the cheek to this student? I don't get it.
Yeah. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No. I just looked at this administrator and just went, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't turn off my humanity to this student and not advocate for this student and not be an ear to this student. She goes, it's not your place.
Sure it is.
I went, of course it is.
Yeah.
This student is suffering.
Yeah, and now I know. So,
and I know about it.
Yeah.
How can I turn that off?
Right.
I can't turn that off.
I don't understand that breakdown in how administrations build themselves to be that way. Like, how are you going to, how can you even imagine you can begin to teach someone a skill if you're not going to get to know them as an individual and approach them on an individual level? Like,
no.
I don't understand it.
You can't.
You can come up with all of the brilliant pedagogy you want. If you can't get to the student, it's useless.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
But I had a lot of teachers like that
Yeah.
who were just completely disassociated.
Yeah, I see it now. I'm sure you do too.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure you completely do. And I see it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they completely disassociate from the students. They walk in.
I get boundaries. I understand boundaries, but not to just completely disregard
No, they
them as individuals.
They
or
completely
people.
disassociate from the students. They walk in, they teach class, they walk out, and they just
Well,
there's nothing.
Those are always the worst teachers too.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, there's a reason why, on the websites where students rate teachers that I've got the ratings that I've got.
Right.
There's a reason why my class section fills up first.
Mm-hmm. Is there someone else teaching Drawing 1 now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
There's
Okay.
2 other people.
Interesting. Well, it's good you have a lot of students, but,
But there's a reason why my section invariably will fill first.
Oh, yeah. Your reputation precedes you then.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Word gets around.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, she will help you out. She will listen. If you're struggling, she will help you with your work. If you're struggling otherwise, she will listen. If you are having a problem, she will do what she can. It gets around.
Right.
You
would think that administrations would find that more desirable because this is like, okay, we've collected this faculty member. They're more than proficient in their discipline, and the students love them. Why would we not encourage them relentlessly?
Exactly.
I don't get that.
Exactly. You would think so, but it's at the college level, it's a business.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's not about education. It's about a business.
Yeah.
And it really became about a business in the 1970s after Vietnam. There was a shift after the Vietnam War happened. This major shift happened after the Vietnam War. And, deans used to teach. Deans no longer teach.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of that.
I didn't know that they used to. I know they don't. Yeah.
Yeah, my first quarter, Ohio University was on trimesters.
Mm-hmm.
So my first quarter, in my sophomore English class, I had the Dean of English
Okay.
for my English class.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
A little scary,
Yeah.
a little intimidating. He would, every other year, he would teach one sophomore English class. Just so that he could get a feel for the income for the undergraduates.
Yeah.
He always did that on purpose.
Seems important.
He always felt that it was really important to teach a lower level class, and he would choose one book that you would read for the entire term. So we read Fyodor Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov.
I'm not familiar.
It's
Okay.
one of those real thick Russian novels. And that was the only book that we read for 10 weeks. And we had to write 5 papers and take 2 tests in 10 weeks.
Okay.
And on Wednesday, we met 5 days a week for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And on Wednesday afternoon, he would write a question on the board. And he would give us 48 hours to write a 3 to 5 page paper to answer that one question. And we would have to turn it in on Friday.
Wow. Was it helpful?
It prepared you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we had typewriters.
Okay, yeah.
We didn't have computers.
Right.
We didn't have word processors. So, I mean, it was intense. This is an intense This is a sophomore level class.
Right. He's giving like a graduate level coursework.
Graduate level? No, it's more like junior, senior level work.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
For what I grew up with, for what I went through when I was in college.
Yeah.
So, it was intense and it was serious. So we would have to write this, and every day that the paper was late, it was a letter grade off.
Wow. So you really got to turn it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you didn't turn it in that day, if you turned it in on Monday, it was a letter grade off. If you didn't turn it in on Tuesday, it was a letter grade off. If you didn't turn it on Wednesday, it was a letter grade off. If you got down to a C,
Don't
he didn't
bother.
take it anymore. Don't bother.
Yeah.
So if you didn't turn it in by the next Wednesday, forget it.
Right.
He wouldn't take it. He was serious. He was very intense. Dean Williams. See, I still remember his name. And it scared the heck out of me because it was the first day of class, and I was actually walking down the sidewalk. And I hear this conversation going on behind me. I was walking to the building, and I hear, "Hey, Dean Williams, how are you doing?" "Oh, I'm doing really well." "So what are you teaching this semester? You teaching anything?" "Oh, yeah, I've got 3 classes this semester because I've also got, a graduate level seminar, and then I've got, 2 senior level classes, and then I've got, 1 sophomore level class." "Oh, you're teaching a sophomore level class this year?" "Yeah, every other year I teach a sophomore level class." "What are you teaching?" "Well, I'm on my way there now." And I thought, oh, crap.
Oh, this is before the first day.
This is before the first day.
Oh, wow.
And this guy followed me into the classroom, and I thought, oh, shit. Nicest man you could ever meet. Because there was one of those, 10 weeks, every other week we had a paper.
Yeah.
And one of those weeks, I just didn't know how to write the paper. And on Monday, I went up to him after class was over, and I said, "I didn't do my paper. I just didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to answer the question. And I know it's late."
Yeah.
And he sat down with me, and he spent an hour, and he went over it with me. And I went home, and I wrote it, and I typed it up, and I turned it in on Tuesday.
Very good. Yeah.
This is the dean of the department.
Right. It seems important. I don't understand why this went away.
Because what happened was they started getting rid of full-time instructors.
As early as the 70s after the Vietnam War?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because what happened was full-time instructors were like, what they found was, instructors felt safe. They were all tenured.
Right.
And they felt like they could say and speak freely. And the government didn't like it because of all the protests on college campuses. Think about Kent State, the students who were shot at Kent State, and the protests that were going on college campuses, and there were riots on college campuses, and all this that was going on during Vietnam. I mean, it was dangerous. It was rough. So what ended up happening was administrations, as full-time tenured teachers started retiring, they were not replacing them.
They were just hiring more adjuncts.
They started hiring part-time adjunct instructors. They would hire 2 to replace a tenured full-time teacher. They started moving deans into, see what would happen, they would have deans rotate into administration for 2-year stint, and then they would rotate out back into teaching. So then what they started doing is they started having deans do the administrative work full time instead of teaching.
So it seems like they solved their problem, the government that is, but at the cost of students now.
At the cost of education.
Because I guess I was still, until you said that a few moments ago, I was still living under the impression that, tenured professors are valuable because they get to speak their mind, but
see,
So-
what they did was they took away the ability for full-time tenured teachers to be able to speak their minds.
yeah.
So now what you have is you have layers and layers and layers of deans, associate deans, assistant deans that are all administration. So they're all so it's all top heavy, right? And now they're doing all this layers and layers of administrative work where they sit in their offices and they pass emails back and forth
Yeah.
and they go to meetings. And you have a couple of full-time tenured instructors in the department. And then you have a layer of full-time contract teachers at four-year universities. Contract teachers are contracted anywhere from 1 to 5 years. They're temporary contracts. They might be contracted for a year, and then they might be recontracted for another year or maybe 3 years. And then once their contract is up after a certain amount of time, they're completely let go and they got to go to another school.
Right.
And then the bulk, 70% of courses nationwide are taught by adjunct part-time instructors who get paid approximately 25 to 35% of what a full-time instructor gets paid
Yeah. So,
for the exact same course.
yeah.
Plus, no benefits, no office,
Yeah.
no computer. Right? So if you're full-time and you have benefit, you get medical benefits, you get an office phone, you get a computer that you're given by the university.
Yeah. And lots of other benefits.
You get paid for travel, you get paid for enrichment. Part-time don't get paid for enrichment. If I take any enrichment classes, I don't get paid for it.
Right.
I have to pay for my own computer.
Yeah.
Full-time, they're
And
giving it.
and all of the admin's salaries went up, I imagine, and continue to go up. Yeah. At the same time that they're chopping the legs out of instructors.
Right. Right. So 70% courses taught by adjunct. And as an adjunct, you're limited to 12 contact hours per semester.
Okay. So however you break them up is how you break them up? Or like if you only have, so you couldn't teach 2 courses essentially. If you teach one course 3 days, 3 hours a day, how normal they are, you couldn't do another course?
You only get, so like a drawing class is 6 contact hours.
Oh, that's right. Mondays and Wednesdays, not the Friday.
Right? It's 6 contact hours
Yeah.
for the semester, right, per week.
Okay.
An academic is 3 contact hours. So an adjunct only gets 12 per semester. Some schools it's different.
Yeah.
Some schools it's only 9.
Okay. I see.
So like where I teach, adjunct get 12 per semester and 6 in the summer. If you teach fine art classes, if you teach studio classes, you can have up to 24 contact hours.
As an adjunct?
As a full-time.
In full-time, okay.
Which means twice as much.
Yeah.
Anything over 21, you get paid bonus. So those extra 3 hours, you get a bonus.
Is it prorated for your salary? Or is it okay, so a pretty penny.
Yeah.
For the full-timer.
Yeah. Plus, they can do 12 over the summer.
Okay, so they get to work quite a bit. a lucrative salary.
It's a rather lucrative salary.
I think I looked it up once of the full-timer at Marine. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm familiar. It's a
Yeah.
plenty cozy.
Yeah, I think the maximum, and I'm at the top of the pay scale at Marine.
Yeah.
I think the maximum, if I got all the hours that I could get, is still less than 30,000.
You're joking.
No, I'm not joking.
Oh my God. That.
It's criminal.
All right. So can you, just for everyone listening then, can you tell what the full-time person might earn? Because I know.
I don't even know.
Oh, I looked it up.
Go ahead, tell me.
I think it was 130.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
I cannot believe that. That's insane to me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think I max out less than 130. Less than 30,000.
That is absurd.
An adjunct person, in order to make a living wage, has to work at 3 schools,
That's crazy.
which means that they have to carry 36 hours. 36 contact hours. It's not reasonable to teach that much.
No, it's certainly not. Certainly not.
You can't give a quality education to your students.
No. Wow. I didn't know that. I'm glad you're breaking this down for us, because a close friend of mine who's a professor, I reached out to you months ago and told you about how I'm considering an MFA. You're further reinforcing a point he made, which is there's 3 reasons someone earns an MFA. 1, they're wealthy and they can just do it. 2, they know somebody at the other end, perhaps.
Right.
Or 3, they're crazy and they feel compelled and must do it.
Right.
So I think that's good advice for anyone considering that sort of.
My suggestion to anybody who wants to do it, don't.
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 Even if you think you can be relentless in your work, and don't do it.
Not unless you have the money and you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. What do you suppose young artists do then? Just
Make work.
Just make work.
Make
to
work.
hell with the academia portion of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, unless you can go for free. Not unless you can get a full ride.
Yeah.
I would hate to tell you what my student loan debt is.
I can imagine.
No, you can't.
I can't?
No.
Okay. Well.
No, you cannot.
All right. Yeah.
No, you cannot. And I'll tell you why you cannot. Because I have been on, my husband and I file separately because of my income.
Yeah.
And I've been on income contingent repayment. And I have never made enough to pay. Ever.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow.
So my loans
They just keep compounding.
have just been compounding. So they are more than twice what they were.
Wow.
They're about 2.25 what they were when I started. And I had zero
No aid.
scholarship for grad school.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be applying. I don't think I would get one either.
So don't go for an MFA unless you have a full ride.
Yeah.
Don't do it. I made that mistake.
Yeah. But I mean,
And I'm really angry because 2 of the people in my department who had a full ride, full ride,
yeah.
dropped out the first year.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's absurd to me. That
Yeah, and there weren't
breaks
that many
my
of
heart.
us. There were only 12 of us.
12 in the
In
the
my-
class.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there were maybe 12. There might not have even been 12 of us.
Mm-hmm.
And the two people,
Two
and there
got
were
the
only
scholarship.
2 people. There were only 2 who got a full ride.
Yeah.
And the 2 people who got a full ride dropped out that first year.
And then so they don't redistribute
No.
the scholarship.
No.
Again, that's upsetting. That's terrible.
So unless you get a full ride, do not do it.
Well, that's good advice.
Now, for my undergraduate,
Hang on, before we go off the subject,
Yeah.
do you feel the coursework and the work you made in grad school was rewarding? Do you think the experience of doing it and making the work and learning and immersing yourself in your craft for the time that you did, do you think that was worth it? Maybe you can't quantify it monetarily, but has your life been changed forever because you got to do it?
yes.
Okay.
But was it worth it monetarily? No.
Of course not, yeah.
No. Was it rewarding? Yes. Do I want to smack a few of my instructors
Of course.
for the shit that they said to me? Oh, hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Am I angry at the instructors in my department for the shit that they put me through? They had this ideology: tear down the students to lift them back up. That was the ideology in my department.
Yeah, that sounds like the plot to Full Metal Jacket or something. Like, why?
It was horrendous, and I don't know if everybody in my department. I don't know if all the students in my department felt that way. I don't
Yeah.
think they all did, but I certainly felt that way. I certainly felt that because I had gone to SAIC, that they had that ideology towards me.
Oh, okay.
Because I was at Columbia as a grad student, and because
Yeah.
I had gone to SAIC as an undergrad, that they felt that they needed to tear me down to build me back up.
I don't get that.
I don't
understand that at all.
either.
How is that beneficial or helpful?
I don't either. And I think that 6 blocks does something.
You mean the coursework?
No, that 6
Oh,
blocks.
the 6 blocks of...
The 6
yeah,
blocks from
okay.
SAIC to
Yeah.
Columbia does something.
Yeah, I mean, egos are big, especially over there.
Yeah, those 6 blocks on Michigan Avenue are big.
Mm-hmm.
Unnecessarily because SAIC doesn't deserve it.
You don't think so?
Oh, hell no.
Why not?
It's pass-fail.
Oh, it is pass-fail. Yeah,
It's fucking pass-fail.
yeah,
Half the students there don't do shit.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Half the people there don't do... Sorry, I'm
You
gonna...
could swear. This is...
half the people there don't do fucking shit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no,
I
no.
did. I was there. Now, I don't know if you understand their schedule. When you take a studio class, you are in studio from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. with an hour off for lunch. Okay? That's how the studio class runs. Okay? So I would walk into my studio class, and I would be in class from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then I would stay because I wanted to until at least 9 p.m. In that same studio, working my ass off.
Yeah.
Now, after 9 p.m., you would get locked in. They would lock the doors, and you would be in. Now, if you stayed past midnight, you were not allowed to leave
What do you mean, the building?
the building.
Okay.
You had to stay until 6 a.m.
Okay, so you're cozying up in your studio.
Yeah. Because they don't want you being out in the city after midnight.
Okay.
You could, or 10, or something. I don't know. I can't remember the hours.
Yeah.
But they would lock the doors at 9:30 at night so that nobody could come in after 9:30. You could leave up until a certain hour, but nobody could come in. And then after midnight, it's like you couldn't even leave. You had to stay in the building until 6 in the morning. So, like, I took weaving.
Yeah.
Okay? We had a futon in there. So you could stay all night. And you could weave as long as you wanted. And you could sleep for a few hours.
Yeah.
And people did. We did. Okay? So I took advantage of that fact. When I took advanced etching, there were these schmucky students who didn't show up to class half the time, didn't do work, showed up to the final crit with crap.
Oh, yeah.
Showed up to the midterm crit with crap, put shit on the wall, and expected to be able to pass. And then showed up at the final crit with like next to nothing.
Yeah.
I was at class every week. I stayed from 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. working.
Yeah.
Right? There were like 4 of us who were like that. There were 2 people who were there from 9 until about 6. And then there was one other guy, he and I were there like 9 to 9 every week.
Yeah.
He was great. He and I were like working our asses off every week.
Right.
Okay? But more than half the students did shit in the undergraduate department,
Oh, I believe
undergraduate school.
Oh, yeah. I believe it.
You know, they're like these North Shore wealthy punk-ass kids
Yeah.
whose parents send them to school because they don't know what else the fuck to do with them. And they don't do shit.
Yeah.
And they don't do anything.
I know. I experienced it in my undergrad. You know?
So it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So SAIC for their undergraduate school doesn't deserve the reputation that they have. Now, their graduate school is a completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about their graduate department. Although there are things I could say about their graduate department because I know about it because I have colleagues that I work with who went through the graduate department.
Well, do tell us.
I'll get to it
Okay.
in a sec. So anyway, there were so many people who just don't do the work because it is pass-fail. If you want a grade, what they do is they give you a form, and you have to hand the form to the instructor at the end of the semester and ask them to fill it out and give you a grade. Then, if you need to if you want to transfer or if you want to go to graduate school, you take all your grade forms to the registration office at the end of this at the end, and you ask them to photocopy them and put them with your transcripts to send to the school.
Yeah.
When you're applying, which I did. All of my grades were A's.
Yeah.
Every single last one of them. Because I worked my butt off. I took advantage of, I went to SAC because I wanted the facilities. I wanted the experience. I wanted the good teachers. I browbeat every single one of my teachers for every piece of knowledge that I could get.
Yeah.
And I was in those studios every hour that I could be there.
That's what you got to do.
And that's what you got to do. If you want to go to SAIC and you want the best experience, you have to be self-motivated. If you are not self-motivated, don't fucking bother going.
Right. I mean,
don't waste your damn time.
I agree. Yeah.
Don't waste the money. I took 2 art history classes there. I took the history of textiles, and I took the artist book and related ephemera.
Okay.
And they were both, history of textiles was a hard class. She was a difficult teacher. And artist book and related ephemera, Simon was a bit of a joke. He knew his stuff. He did his PhD work at the Tate.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So
In
he was
England?
definitely knowledgeable. Yeah.
He
no.
was really knowledgeable.
Yeah.
But he was a bit of a joke. So for my paper, what I did, I picked 3 fetish types of artist books.
Mm-hmm.
One on shoes, one on hair, and one on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the artist book collection at SAIC. And I wrote about those. And then what I did, I kind of annoyed him. I had all the text printed backwards in blue ink on orange paper.
Okay. This is how you submitted
My paper.
your writing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I had images in it, and I had it look like burnt matches with smoke going up in between the text. And in the middle of my paper, I had a paragraph. So in order to read it, you either had to be able to read backward text, or you had to read it in a mirror. Mm-hmm. And I bound it like a book. Mm. So what was an artist book class?
Yeah.
So in the middle of my book, I had a paragraph that said, "Hey, Simon, I'm wondering if you're actually reading this paper."
Awesome.
So I had this whole paragraph about it.
Yeah.
And it was pretty funny, right? And it was a 5-page paper.
Yeah.
So I had to make it into an artist book, and I had to make it really obnoxious. So I went above and beyond, right?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of shit I would do to him. That's what I did to my book, to my paper.
Yeah.
So everybody else turned in this, black ink on white paper, typical paper, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I handed mine in, blue ink on orange paper. So the color,
Yeah, it's messing with my eyes thinking about it.
it vibrated.
Yeah.
It actually vibrated because you're talking about complementary colors. And all the text was backwards.
Right. Looks like gibberish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and he goes, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." And I went, "Simon, it's about fetish books. And this is an artist book class.
Right.
Have fun."
That's awesome. I can't think of a better FU.
And he looked at me and he goes, "Too shy."
At least he appreciated it as well.
He did. He got the humor for it.
Yeah.
So, but it was that kind of thing. But if you're going to go to school there,
Right. Do that.
do it right.
Right. Absolutely.
Do it right.
Right. I tell that to students now, like whatever school you go to, if you want a good education, it's up to you to get the good education. Because you can sit in
Exactly.
class and do whatever and blow it off and get an A still. But if you want the education,
No, you're not going to get an A if you blow it off.
well,
Come
not blow
on,
it off,
not.
but like, no, I'm sorry. Maybe my language isn't correct, but like you can go, you could show up and you can do the coursework and you can get
you
an
can
A.
get a passing grade.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not specifically arts. Like you can go to university and earn an A and do put in very little effort. It's not that hard these days.
Well, that's true. If you have teachers who believe in grade inflation, which I do not, as you know.
I know. Yeah.
You know I do not believe in grade inflation.
Right. You told
Which
us.
I had to tell a student this summer who got mad because I gave her a B.
How many A's do you think you give a semester? You got a class of what, 28, 30 students?
Say I have a class of, well, my drawing classes typically have 20 now.
Okay.
So if I have a class of 20, 7 or 8
7 or 8. Okay. That's fair. Yeah.
at the most.
Yeah.
At the most. Maybe.
That sounds fair. Absolutely.
I refuse to give more than that.
Yeah.
Because they don't deserve more than that.
Yeah.
That's a good class.
Yeah.
That's like a really hardworking class. I've had semesters where I only gave 5.
Yeah. I believe it. Yeah.
I don't grade inflate.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
I had one what was it? Last fall? Out of 15 students, I had 3 A's.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's plenty fair, especially if the work represents it.
It did.
Yeah.
I had a lot of C students that were not happy with me
Yeah.
because that's what they earned.
Right. Yeah.
They did C work. And it's not because they couldn't have done better. It's because they didn't bother to ask for extra help.
Yeah.
All they had to do was say, hey,
Right.
Amy, can you get on video chat with me and help me?
Right.
Because I offered it.
Yeah.
I offered it.
Yeah. Students, they're reluctant to both ask for help, I feel, and
They didn't have to ask because I would put in the notes,
yeah. You
I
set
want a
them up.
video chat with you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you would tell them, and
Yes.
they just wouldn't.
No.
All right. Well, that's their own fault then. Yeah.
Yep. I would say, you need to video chat with me.
Yeah.
Send me a message. Tell me what time you're available.
Right. Doesn't get it much more explicit than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame then.
Yeah, that's
Well,
their
then,
fault.
Yeah, then give them a C. If they're not gonna, if you're gonna offer the help, you're going to explicitly
Not just
say,
offer, explicitly tell them right out,
Yeah.
you need to do this.
And then they blow you off.
I told a student this, and he goes, I don't have time. I'm like, well, I guess you're going to get a C.
Yeah, that's fair.
And he goes, oh, well.
Yeah,
I went, oh, well, okay. I guess you're happy with the C.
yeah. I suppose they are. I don't know.
I said, you're totally bombing this project.
Yeah.
I said, you're doing it completely wrong. I linear perspective came around last fall.
Yeah.
Out of four, by that point, I had 12 or 13 students left. I had 5 students who didn't understand what the hell they were doing.
And didn't ask for help?
I told them, for all 5 of them, I told them, you are doing this wrong. You need to get on video chat with me now.
Yeah.
3 of them said, I can't. I don't have time.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the feeling of not having time, but you need to make time, is what.
One of them said, can I do it now with you? And I said, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent him a link. And I got on video chat with him, and I said, you have 4 different vanishing points.
Yeah.
And he goes, is that wrong? I said, yeah.
Yeah.
And I showed him what he was doing wrong. And he's like, oh my God. I said, you are fucking this up so bad. You have no idea.
Yeah.
I said, you're not going to pass this project.
Yeah.
And you know me, I don't mess around. I'm really honest with students.
As you should be.
I don't pull punches with, they're college students. I don't pull punches with them.
Yeah. No, I think I remember class. You were always very fair. I mean, I never took it personal when you critiqued work or anything either. But
I wasn't rude.
no, you're not rude, but the obvious is the obvious, especially in a class where we're here to learn the craft. You know.
This guy, I was like laughing. I go, you're really fucking this up, dude.
Well, I mean, that's hopefully they find some humor in themselves, right?
He started laughing. He goes, is it that bad? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
We started laughing about it. And so I walked him through the process. I've got this, I've got an easel, and I've got this cool thing that I can pop my phone into.
Oh, nice.
That I've got hooked onto my easel, so I can move it from place to place, and I put it right over top, so I can put it right over top of my
Yeah.
drawing pad,
Yeah.
and I pull out my drawing materials, and I go, now watch
Right.
and draw along.
Mm-hmm.
And they open up their laptop, or they have their computer open, and they follow step by step.
There you go. It's pretty good.
And I'm like, this is what you're doing wrong.
Yeah.
And, I've also got this really cool thing that I do, because, I allow so many absences.
I forget what your policy
I have
was.
5.
Yeah.
Right? So this is what I got now.
Free 10 points. Get out of assignment request. Okay. How do you earn one of these?
You don't have to earn it. You just use it.
Oh, okay. You just have to draw it?
You just have to copy and paste it.
Okay.
It's this semester because none of them bothered to read the introduction section.
Oh, they didn't get it.
They haven't used it.
Well, terrible. That's a shame.
I'm like, last week in class, I said, I put it up on the overhead because I'm in class with them once a week instead of twice.
Yeah.
I said, how many of you dum-dums have seen this before?
Yeah.
And they all went, what's that?
They didn't get that far down, or they didn't bother to open it even.
It said the page is titled "Need a Break."
Oh, you think you would click that? Or should you feel overwhelmed? Yeah. Well, you're doing all you can to help them. That's good.
I just looked at it. I was like,
Yeah.
God help me. Would somebody please just put a gun to my head and shoot me now? This is why I'm like so ready to just. I've actually considered getting out of teaching and going to work for a museum so I can work in storage and not have to deal with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how ready I am.
Do you think you would miss it? But you have done it for 22 years, you said.
I have done it for 22 years.
Yeah.
If I could maybe teach at an art center where I don't have to grade.
Or perhaps you've been building a course that you could sell to people with your 68 videos, some sort of subscription service.
I like working with people.
Okay, that's good.
I like the face-to-face, one-on-one stuff. So if I could work at an art center and I could teach, like
Yeah,
older people
yeah,
or even high schoolers,
yeah.
at an art center. Because I like working with young people. They're fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're a lot of fun. And they get a kick out of it when they're around adults who are straightforward and honest and
Treat them like real people.
treat them like adults.
Yeah.
They think it's a stitch.
Yeah, they do.
They get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
They think it's funny.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh my God."
They're treating me like a real person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I had a student in an art appreciation class one semester. He would walk into class every day 10, 15 minutes late, put his head down, and never come in with any paper or pen, put his head down on the table, fall asleep, and then get up and leave when class was over. And one day I looked at him as he was getting ready to leave. I stopped him and I said, "Sit down." And he looked at me. I said, "Sit down and wait." And I waited till everybody walked out of the room and I closed the door and I said, "Who told you to sign up for classes? Was it your mother, your auntie, or your grandma?" He goes, "My auntie." I said, "You live with your auntie?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "You need to stop going to school." He goes, "Why?" And I go, "Because you don't fucking want to be here."
Yeah.
And he looked at me. He goes, "Miss Brown, you just cussed." And I said, "Hell yeah, I just cussed because you don't fucking want to be here."
Yeah.
I said, if you quit going to school, you are not going to sit your ass down on your auntie's couch and do nothing. You need to go out and get yourself a damn job
Yeah.
and go to work. And you need to figure out what the hell you're going to do with your life." He goes, "In 2 days I have a job interview at UPS." I said, "Good. Get that damn job.
Yeah.
They're going to make you work, and they're going to make you work hard.
Oh, yeah.
But they have tuition reimbursement
Yeah.
based on how well you do in your class." I said, "Once you figure out what you want to do, you start taking classes, and they will pay for it."
Yeah.
I said, "Get your shit together, boy."
There you go.
I said, "Buddy," "you need to get your shit together." I said, "And you need to figure out what you want to do. But in the meantime, you need to get a job and you need to save up some money and you need to figure out what you want to do with your life." And he just sat there and he gave me the funniest look ever. And I said, "What's the matter?" And he goes, "Nobody's ever talked to me like this." I said, "You're not used to adults talking to you like an adult, are you?" And he goes, "No."
Yeah.
I said, "Right. And nobody ever will. But me." He didn't come back. And a couple days later, he disappeared off my roster.
Took your advice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably for the better.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he got that job at UPS.
Yeah.
I didn't hear from him either, but I'm hopeful that he figured it out.
I imagine he did. Yeah.
I'm sure he figured it out. And I was just like, after we got past that first couple initial minutes, we started laughing about shit.
Yeah.
And he's just like, before he left, he turned around and he looked at me and he goes, "Thank you."
Yeah.
I said, "You're welcome."
Well, you're probably one of the first people that both told him some hard news and then listened, So, and that's rare, unfortunately.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But it was what he needed to hear.
Yeah.
I said, "You don't want to be here." I said, "And because you don't want to be here, I don't want you here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't want to look at you sitting back there asleep in my class." I said, what the hell do you think I want you here for?"
Right. You're not contributing anything.
I said, "I don't want to look at the top of your head
Yeah.
in the back of my class doing jack shit."
Right.
When I said that, he busted up laughing.
Well, you got him, How else could he react?
He lost it.
Yeah.
He lost it. You have to figure out how to talk to people.
Yeah.
And that was the thing, it's like I've had some students, and you probably come across some of those students that are real hard edge.
Mm-hmm. You mean like as far as just like getting into or getting to, or just like
They're just
short?
tough.
Yeah.
They're tough.
Right. Oh yeah, the front. Yeah.
I had one that was like that, and he was always real disruptive in class.
Yeah.
And one day, I said, "I'd like to talk to you after class." He's like, "Okay." And I walked over and I sat down next to him, and I go, "Have I ever disrespected you in class?" He goes, "No." I said, "So why do you disrespect me every day?
Yeah.
Why do you do that to me every damn day?" I said, "Are you trying to disrespect me so before I disrespect you? Because you think I might disrespect you?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "I'm not going to do that."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Stop pulling that shit."
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, okay." And he was fine the rest of the semester.
Sometimes they just need to hear that,
He was fine the rest of he was not disruptive for the rest of the semester. He always sat right in front of me, right at the front of class.
Mm-hmm.
And he was always a pain in the ass. He had like short guy syndrome,
Okay.
He was real little.
Yeah.
He had short guy syndrome, because he almost got beat up at school.
Right. So he's got this thin
Chip.
veil. Yeah. Yeah.
He had that chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Well, you disarmed him pretty quick.
I did.
Yeah.
And I didn't wait too long into I like by the third week I was like,
We can't do
this
this.
shit. I'd say, "If you need help, I'll help you.
Yeah.
But don't pull this shit.
Right.
Just come to me after class and ask me quietly, and I will help you with anything you need.
Yeah.
Anything. But don't disrespect me.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you think I might disrespect you, because I won't."
Right. Well, it's important you do that for students. They're so vulnerable,
They are.
and they don't know how to be vulnerable.
You have to disarm them.
Yeah.
You have to disarm them, and you have to get them ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get them before it gets out of hand. You have to catch them off guard, and you have to do it quiet. You have to do it
Yeah, in private.
privately. You can't do it in front of anybody.
No, you lose them.
And I had a student in that class who came to me like 3 weeks later and said, "What changed with so-and-so?" And I went, "Mind your own damn business."
Yeah.
He's like, "Okay."
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He just
Just the one interaction got to him.
I said, "You got to mind your own damn business." And he goes, "Oh, okay.
Another lesson well learned.
He was like, oh, he goes, okay, next subject. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, what do you really need? And he goes, well, now that you mention it. And I was like, you know, you gotta, once I got through that first semester, teaching was rough.
Yeah, I bet.
Once I got through that first, when I was first teaching, I was teaching this. When I first started teaching, I was teaching at Columbia. So I had this wide range of students, everything from really privileged students to inner city ghetto students.
Oh, yeah.
And so I learned really fast how to deal with a wide variety of students.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you have to do. You just have to really be very adaptable.
Yeah.
To that. You have to figure out how to navigate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you figuring that out?
So I don't know that I've had to figure it out because I feel like I've always been very open to it. And there's in the Eisner book, he writes pedagogy and he champions the AMA, adapt, modify, accommodate. Mm-hmm. It's something I've done intuitively forever. So
yeah, I did it all completely intuitively. I'll be honest, I've never read any pedagogy.
Really?
Never read a damn book about it in my life.
Yeah.
It all just has come very naturally to me.
Yeah.
And I've always just adapted to all of it very naturally. And I think part of it came, I never liked where I grew up.
Right.
I grew up in a very all-white, upper middle class community, and I hated it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hated it. And then when I got divorced from my first husband, I moved into a very racially mixed neighborhood, and my next door neighbor happened to be this older African-American gentleman, and he and I used to sit out on his front porch and talk, and people would walk by and go,
why are these people chatting?
yeah, they just looked at us like we were crazy. People would drive by, and it was a main road in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
It was like a main thoroughfare, and people would drive by and look at us like cross-eyed.
And this is what, in the 90s?
Yeah.
That's absurd.
It was absurd. It was absurd. And I used to go downtown to the farmer's market downtown, and I would get weird looks down there because it was in the rough neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'd park my car and just walk around. I have never worried about anywhere that I ever went. Like when I first moved to Chicago, I lived at Sheridan and Irving. Mm-hmm. And I would ride my bike down along the lakefront, and then I would ride my bike home up Halstead, right through Cabrini Green.
Yeah.
And people told me I was nuts.
Yeah, I think that's the wrong attitude, right?
It's completely the wrong attitude. You just have to have the attitude that you keep your head down and mind your own business. And I was never bothered.
Yeah.
I've never been bothered. Mm-hmm. I've never had a problem. Nobody's ever bothered me.
Right.
When I lived in Cincinnati, my favorite place to go was this restaurant, coffee house, used bookstore, bar place that had live music and poetry readings. And it was in the bad neighborhood.
Well, that sounds fun.
It was great.
Yeah.
And I would walk 3 blocks to get to my car at night,
right,
alone. And I remember walking to my car, and this young man was like, "Ma'am, you shouldn't be out here walking by yourself." And I went, "I'm fine." And he goes, "Are you sure?" And I went, "I'm fine.
Yeah.
You're not bothering me, are you?" And he goes, "No, ma'am, but I'm worried about you." And I said, "But I'm fine, aren't I?" And he goes, "Well, yes, ma'am, but I'm worried about you." And I went, "But I'm fine, aren't I?" And he goes, "Well, yeah." And I go, "I'm not bothering anybody." And he goes, "No, you're not." And I go, "And you're not bothering me?" And he goes, "Well, no, ma'am." And I said, So what's the problem?
I suppose I'll be on my way. Yeah.
I said, I'm just going home.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, where were you? And I said, I was around the corner at Caldy's. And he goes, okay, if
Yeah.
you're sure. And I said,
Right.
what's the problem?
Right.
He goes, I just think you're crazy. And I said, well, if you saw where I lived, you wouldn't think I was crazy. Well, maybe you would if you knew where I lived. And he goes, well, where do you live? And I said, well, I live over on William Howard Taft, right at the top of the street, right near Harrison. And he goes, you are crazy, lady. And I said, well, maybe I am, but, I mind my own business. He goes, okay. And when I first moved into Chicago, there was one of those homeless hotels across the street from where I lived.
Yeah.
Never got bothered.
Yeah.
My neighborhood, I lived in Buena Park. Sheridan and Irving is Buena Park.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, especially then.
then,
Yeah.
94. It was And I used to walk up to Montrose, to the Jewel,
Yeah.
to go shopping.
No biggie, huh?
No biggie.
Yeah.
Nobody ever bothered me.
Yeah. If you look like your purpose, like you move with purpose and pure harmless.
You mind your own business and move with purpose, and people leave you alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, if it was real late at night, I would take a cab home from downtown from SAIC. But if it was before 7, I would take the train.
Yeah.
If it was after 9, I would take a cab.
Yeah. It's common sense.
You just have to be smart. And when I was at Columbia, our classes were at night.
Yeah.
9:30 at night, I was getting out of class, and I had to walk up Michigan Avenue to get the train to go out to the suburbs, get the Metro.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to go up to the Metro station at Michigan and what is that, Adams?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Metro.
It's that Metro station that's on Michigan Avenue.
Michigan and Adams. Oh,
Yeah.
going north there from
It's-
the campus?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was a homeless guy that would hang out there and watch out for me.
Oh, cool. Yeah. He's like, oh, I can count on her.
His name
Yeah.
was James, and I would always give him money, and I would always talk to him and shake his hand and talk to him and have a conversation with him, and so he'd always look out for me.
Yeah. Treat him with some humanity. Got a pal.
I had a friend.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I find that that's what happens with myself as well. I end up befriending those sorts more before they attempt to harm me ever.
It's always better to befriend them.
Oh, yeah.
And like there was one guy that my husband befriended and used to make him sandwiches and bring him sandwiches downtown all the time.
Yeah.
When he worked in the Loop, he'd give him a couple sandwiches in the morning, and he met me, and he would look out for me, and
Yeah.
he'd look out for my husband, and my husband would make him a couple of sandwiches and give him a couple of pieces of fruit in the morning, and so he would look out for us.
Yeah,
you know?
that's good. Just treat them with some humanity. These are people, you know?
They're human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I was a couple of different decisions away from being in a similar state, so.
We so was I.
Right.
And that's the thing, I had this conversation with one of my students once when I was at Columbia. I said, I know I don't look it, but there was a time in my life where I was lucky that my rent was paid for the next 2 weeks. But I had $5.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah, people forget. Or
They don't realize.
Don't realize, yeah.
And that's all I had for 2 weeks was $5.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
I was broke and I was scared. I had no food in my house. I had no way to eat. I had no way to get on the train. I had nothing.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what I was going to do. And, so when I see homeless people, I help them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so, we got to remember that most of us are not that far away from it or the possibility of it.
Yeah, lots of us.
Most of us.
Yeah.
Most of us.
Yeah.
You know, like 60, 70% of us.
Right. The working poor.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our economy is much more fragile
Oh, yeah.
than we realize.
The whole thing, not just the economy, but like the infrastructure of goods and services is a couple of things go different.
I've
and,
given students money before.
yeah.
I've given them $5 before. Here, get something to eat.
Right.
You need something. You know, here. I gave a student the other day. I ended up with an extra easel at my house. I gave a student an easel.
That's awesome.
You know, I end up with extra stuff. I give students paper. I give students supplies
Yeah.
all the time because I have extra stuff.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
You know,
Save them some couple of bucks. You know, stuff's not cheap.
not just a couple of bucks. That easel was a $150 easel.
Oh, yeah. Those aren't cheap.
No,
By any-
it was beautiful. You know, Rembrandt pastels. Those suckers go for $8 a piece.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. I know.
you know how that is. Yeah, I just the other day I gave a student a couple of boxes of charcoal. I'm like, he's like, oh, this is too much. I'm like, use it.
Yeah.
When you're done with the charcoal section, you give me back what you don't need.
Yeah. Awesome.
He's like, oh, it's too much. He kept saying, it's too much, it's too much, it's too much. And I'm like, Moeth,
Right.
use it. When you're done, you give me back what you don't need.
Right. Well, if they're going to use it, why not? You know, still a little bit of encouragement goes a very long way.
I'm always giving stuff. Here, you need this. Here, you need this. Here, you need a new kneaded eraser.
Yeah.
Here, free on the house. It's free. Compliments of Marine Valley.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You paid a fee.
Mm-hmm.
Here, take half an eraser.
Yeah.
Take an extra pencil. You need this.
Yeah.
You need here. Take a stick of Condi. You know, it's
We made it quite a long way into this conversation before an ambulance came by.
wow.
Not bad.
Pretty impressive.
Not bad at all.
But you know, there's so many things. This is what drives me crazy about this country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like education should not cost this much.
Right.
It shouldn't.
It should not. You think that it would be the other way around, like to have a prosperous society.
To have a prosperous society, you have to have well-educated people.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why that's a
You have to have a
afterthought.
well-educated population. But there's this mindset among a certain segment of the population, keep them dumb
Yeah.
to keep them under control. And I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that. And you see it time and time again. And the people that have that mindset are very well-educated people.
Oh yeah. They know the power of it.
They know the power of controlling people.
Yeah.
And they use it to their advantage. And you try and educate them. You try and educate the people that don't know. And they fight back against you tooth and nail. I got into a petty argument with somebody yesterday who just refused to listen.
About what?
Abortion.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Of course.
Just yeah.
It's the biggest argument going right now.
Unwilling to listen to any sort of contrary argument.
You know,
imagine.
because I've been through it, because pregnancy almost killed me.
Yeah.
Oh, but you're poor babies. No, it almost killed me. You idiot.
Yeah.
You idiot.
Yeah. People like to paint things black and white in that sense, and it's never the case.
I had that conversation with somebody that I grew up with. I said, the issue, I said to her, I said, what's that issue is that you see the world in black and white.
Yeah.
And in my world, there is no such thing.
Mm-hmm.
The entire world is on a gray scale because black means a complete absence of light. And white means that you cannot see anything because there's too much light.
Mm-hmm.
You're blinded.
Yeah.
And she looked at me and she said, I don't understand that.
Well, of course.
I said, of course you don't understand that.
Yeah.
But then this is somebody who got, like I said, I told you I got a 23 and I was drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got half the score I got and she was sober and she studied.
Well, there you go.
So,
Yeah.
But this is somebody I've known since I was 7 years old.
Yeah.
And this is somebody who doesn't have the capacity to comprehend that thought. And
Yeah.
I said, let's just put it this way. I said, I see everything in shades of gray.
Right.
The entire world is in shades of gray. There is no black and white. And you see everything on black and white. There is a yes and a no, a black and a white, a this or a that. And in my world, there is no such thing.
Right.
And she's like, that makes no sense. I'm like, right, well.
Yeah.
I said, we'll never see the same way. We'll never see the world the same way.
Right.
And I said, you can either accept that or not. And not long after that, she and I got into the biggest fight we have ever had. And we literally did not speak to each other for 2 years.
Well, it sounds like there's no room for compromise when, you're having an eloquent conversation and this other person is stonewalled.
Right. And and it's because she accused me of things that just were not true. And so I refused to speak to her. And it wasn't until she apologized to me. And then I was still like, okay, you're apologizing, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to let your negativity into my life.
Of course.
And so I still don't. It's still more than an arm's length away.
Yeah.
To this day, because I can't do it.
Yeah. That's those boundaries, right?
You have to set boundaries with people like that because
Yeah.
they will never comprehend. They will never understand.
They live in a whole other world.
They live in a bubble.
Yeah.
I readily admit that I grew up in a community that was a bubble, but my life wasn't a bubble because I grew up with parents that were not like that. They weren't from that. My mother grew up very, very poor. Mm-hmm. Very poor. My mother grew up in a 2-bedroom cold water flat with a water closet.
Yeah, very different perspective.
You know what I mean by a water closet? A closet with a toilet in it.
That's what I was picturing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
No bathroom.
Yeah.
Like no 3-piece bathroom, not like a bathroom with a toilet and a sink and a shower.
Yeah.
Their cold water flat had a toilet
In the closet. Yeah.
And then they used the sink in the kitchen for the sink, and then they had a wash basin for taking a bath.
Wow. Yeah, so she's got a very different perspective than the rest of that community.
Right, and they would go to the chicken man down the block and buy live chickens that they would kill in the backyard.
Yeah.
And this was in a city.
Wow. So this must have been when she was a kid, so this must have been
in
like
the 30s.
30s, yeah.
Yeah. This was in the Depression.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandma would buy the live hens and tie them up overnight by the neck and hope that they would lay an egg so that she would get a free egg for breakfast.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
These are the stories I heard growing up.
That's insane to imagine,
Right.
It makes my Makes my experience seem not so bad, actually.
So this is what I heard. And yet my father's experience was very different. He grew up, in a community where
Wealthy.
they
and,
had a pony.
Oh, okay.
He rode a pony to school.
That's insane. So, polar opposites then, as far as upbringings go. Your parents.
Very different. They were middle class to upper middle class, and my dad's father always had a job, even during the Depression.
Well, that's lucky then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were comfortable.
Yeah.
But his side of the family, his brother always beat up on him. So when my father started developing dementia, as an old man, he started having nightmares of his brother beating up on him. And we would find him in random rooms in the house, and you'd wake him up and he'd go, no, don't beat up on me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, there's that.
Right. So obviously, you've learned about a spectrum of life as opposed to your friend who was very
She had none of
polarized.
that,
Yeah.
right? She had a very stable home life. Her parents had this house that was next door to her grandparents' house.
Okay, so she's constantly attended to, yeah.
Right.
Attention,
And they had a huge piece of property, and they had a huge garden on the property, and her grandfather owned his own business.
Okay, so they're somewhat wealthy.
Well, they were middle class.
Yeah.
So, but they were comfortable, and her dad always worked, and she didn't understand how fortunate they were.
Yeah.
In their own way. She looked at the house that my parents lived in and thought that we had more, but she didn't understand.
She never made the connection.
She couldn't see the difference.
Yeah.
So she didn't put two and two together, the fact that my mom made all my clothes.
Right. Oblivious. in a
She was
sense.
oblivious to certain things, and she
Yeah.
couldn't see like other things that were more missing. And
I think you're describing a lot of the population as a whole,
you never see the whole people never see the whole picture,
Yeah.
And I think because of the differences in my parents' lives, I was always in tune and paid very close attention to other people and how they lived. And I was always very in tune to paying attention to the subtleties in their lives.
Yeah. Naturally observant in that way. Yeah.
Very. So I've always been very observant about those things and always tried to pay particular attention, which is why I think I've always been able to key in with my students.
Yeah. Well, it's something you've been doing your whole life then.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think that's a lot of what it is. And I was really quiet when I was little.
Yeah.
I didn't become a talker until I got older. And now it's like...
Yeah. No, I was the same. I have a tattoo on my arm that says, I don't speak, because I feel like I've only just gotten my voice in the last couple of years.
What really began to give me my voice was when I started taking drawing. And when I was like 27, when I was about 27, when I went back to taking drawing, when I was 27, and I had a drawing teacher who really pushed me to be expressive with my drawing. And my mother looked at my drawings and she said, "They look so angry. Why are they so angry?" And I just looked at my mother and I went, gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
And like my mom, she didn't connect the dots, you know? And then it was funny because my ex-husband, I was married to him when I was taking those classes. After we got divorced, he decided to take drawing
Oh, yeah.
with my old drawing teacher. But he didn't tell her right away. And at the end of the first term, he goes, oh, by the way,
My ex-wife, yeah.
my ex-wife,
Yeah, yeah.
and she goes, well, you'll never draw like her. And he goes, I know.
Yeah.
And she goes, she has a fire in her that you will never have because of the things that she's lived through in her life. And he goes, see, I had never told him about what I lived through growing up. And he goes, what do you mean by that? He goes, and she looked at him and she goes, she's been through stuff that you obviously know nothing about.
Yeah.
She's obviously not told you.
Yeah.
And he just looked at her and goes, huh. He was like really confused.
Yeah.
And he said to me, he told me about this and he goes, what is she talking about? And I finally sat down and I told him and he's like, oh. He's like, why didn't you tell me? I said, because I wanted to leave it all behind me.
Yeah.
Can't you understand that?
Yeah.
I didn't want to talk about anything. I wanted to leave that part of my life behind me. And he goes, but you can't, you bring it in with you.
Right.
I'm like, yeah. So when I moved here and I met my current husband, I immediately
Just set him up.
told him everything. And I said, you need to know all of this. This is my history.
Well, I mean, that's true intimacy, right? To
Yeah.
be vulnerable in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told him everything, like within the first month.
Yeah.
After I moved up here immediately. And I said, you have to know all of this because this is my baggage and this is what I'm dealing with. And this is going to come up because it's going to come out.
Yeah.
And you have to be aware of it because it's going to affect our relationship. And he just looked at me and he goes, okay, now I'm prepared. And I
Yeah.
said, and you have to make a decision whether or not you can handle it because it's ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And I use my art to cope with it because art is cathartic. And I tell my students that all the time.
Yeah.
Art is cathartic. And it needs to be. Writing is cathartic. You have to use these things to express. Every artist has done that throughout history, from the very beginning, to express who they are and where they are and what they're going through. It's been true ever since prehistoric art. And it's always going to be that way. And we have to approach art from that standpoint that we may not know the artist's story. And when we look at it, we're going to bring our own story to what we're looking at. And that's okay. And they have their own story when they created it. And if we don't know it, that's okay too. those two stories come together and they join up and they create a third story. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. It's profound when you can make it happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so when I teach art appreciation, I actually have an assignment where I say, go find a piece of art that speaks to you
Mm-hmm.
and tell me the story. Tell me the journey that you go on when you look at it.
That's awesome.
And it was funny because I had a piece of my artwork up in the hallway at school.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a student from Joliet Junior College who saw it. And he had to write a paper like that.
Oh, really?
And he contacted me. And he asked me, what was the story behind it?
That's super cool.
And I was like, wow, I've never had anybody ask me that. And it was a drawing that I did for a sample project for my students.
Mm-hmm.
And all it was you remember this project. It's the charcoal project where you have to do a landscape and you have to add a still life object to it.
That's right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, like you add a still life object and you blow the still life object up, change the proportions, right? So I had this still life of a rocky shore on the ocean with a lighthouse. Tethered to the lighthouse is a balloon dog. And the balloon dog is huge. I mean, it's massive. And it's out over the ocean. And I started thinking about, now you look at it and it's kind of humorous. This huge balloon dog on a leash tethered to this lighthouse. And I started thinking about, now what's the real meaning behind this? Because I didn't really think about what was the meaning behind this image. I started thinking, what's the meaning behind this image? After he asked me about it. And the image, the meaning behind it was really profound.
What'd you come up with? What was it?
It was all about, like, feeling, because the light is pointing the opposite direction of the dog.
Mm-hmm.
And feeling tethered in the dark, away from the light, in this stormy wind, weightless, like I had no control in the wind, and feeling like I had no control over my life, like I was just dangling out there in the wind my whole life growing up. And I was just out there on this, like, see, I love the Eastern Shore. I love being in New England because that's where my family's from. And we go there all the time. Even now as an adult, I go there because that's my mom's family is still there, and I go see my mom's sister. And she and I have a real close relationship. And her daughter, my cousin, she and I are very close. And yet, there's this weird feeling that I have where I feel very untethered. And I feel very tethered when I'm there. I feel very grounded when I'm there. Yet there's this part of me that feels very empty. This balloon blowing in the wind. And because my parents are both dead and I'm estranged from both of my brothers. My oldest brother's bipolar, and I have no idea where he is or if he's even alive. And my other brother refuses to speak to me, so I have no relationship with him. So I feel very alone in a lot of ways from my biological family. So really the only family that I feel like I have is my mom's sister and my cousin, right? And so when I'm on the East Coast, that's the only place I feel grounded.
Interesting. Yeah.
And yet I still feel like I'm out there floating in the wind.
Still hollow.
I still feel empty.
Yeah. How did the student react?
He was really surprised by it.
Yeah.
He's like, wow. He goes, that's really deep.
Mm-hmm.
Because he and I got on the phone and had a conversation about it.
Very cool.
And he wrote this really nice paper about it because he sent me the paper.
Mm.
I asked him to. I said, could you send me your paper when you write it?
Yeah.
And he did. He was nice enough to do it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to put into words everything you just described. And what you're not kidding when you say that art is cathartic in that way.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of leave it all on the page.
Yeah. And when I did it, I didn't even think about it. I didn't
Yeah.
even think about what I was doing when I did it. And I didn't even think about, and I drew it back in 2020 when I was putting together the material for my online class because I had to do it. And then 2 years later, I get this student from another school who asks me, what's the meaning? What is this about?
Yeah.
Why'd you do this? And I'm like, I don't know. I just did it as a sample for my students. I'm sure there's a meaning behind it. And then when I really thought about it, it's like, oh my God, this is super deep.
Yeah.
This is what it's really about.
Wow.
It's like, God, I really do feel like I'm just sort of floating. There's so many times in my life where I feel like I'm just sort of untethered and I feel like I'm just sort of floating out there in the world. Just kind of going through the motions, you know?
Right.
Just floating. Empty.
Right.
And I do. I feel that way,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. I know the feeling, unfortunately. And,
Right.
yeah. It's strange how it creeps in, too.
It does.
'Cause
It really does.
Yeah.
And it comes up at the most odd moments.
Moments that should be celebratory or
Yeah.
peaceful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does.
Do you think that's a product of perhaps your upbringing or upbringing similar?
Oh yeah.
To feel
I
that?
think you really detach when you grow up
You sort
abused.
of have to.
You have to. You really detach when you grow up in that abusive atmosphere. And for me, it started at such a young age. I mean, I was a toddler when it started.
Can you think of when you were 3, 4, 5 then, if you were a toddler, were you already having these sort of disassociation? Were you like
yeah.
aware that you were doing it?
Yeah.
Now that you think back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my oldest brother, his bipolar, he would lock me in the basement with the lights out at night.
What the heck?
Yeah.
So you were immediately doing it,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
I'm deathly afraid of basements to this day. I mean, I'm 60 years old and I'm still afraid of basements.
That sort of thing doesn't go away.
No.
Not at such a formidable age.
No.
I feel like there's some catharsis in
It's kind of why I don't like when things are too quiet. It's why I prefer the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the noise.
Interesting. Do you feel, you know what? I get this feeling too. I have friends who live out in the country, down in Champaign, and staring at the vastness, I can't help but feel claustrophobic often.
I feel so alone.
Yeah.
I don't like the aloneness of being out in the country. I like the aloneness of being in the city. There's an aloneness that's very different when you're in the city.
You could be a fly on the wall. you
Yeah.
know? Yeah. You get to...
I remember when I moved here and I could walk down the sidewalk and nobody would pay attention to me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Completely indifferent to you.
Yeah. It was hard to do in Cincinnati because everywhere I went, I mean, I was 31 when I left there. But everywhere I went, everybody I met knew someone I knew. I mean, I was only 2 degrees away from everybody.
unescapable. Can't do anything in that town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not a big city. There's only like 1.3 million people in the whole suburban area.
That's nothing.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
Everybody knew. I mean, I would tell people what neighborhood I grew up in, and they would go, "Oh, do you know so-and-so?" And I'd be like, "Oh, fuck."
Right. Well, of course I will. Yeah.
It was so bad. What was even really bad, though, was the first semester I was teaching at Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
I had my students go around and introduce themselves, and this one kid, he says, "Oh, I'm from Cincinnati." I said, "Really? Where?" And he told me, he goes, "Oh, I'm from Marymount." And I went, "Oh, God, really?" He goes, "Why?" And I said, "Yeah, I grew up there." He goes,
Wow.
"You're kidding." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Where did you live in Marymount?" "It's a neighborhood." And he says, "Oh, Miami Road." I said, "East side or west side of the square?"
Yeah.
I said, "The hillside or the other side of the square?" And he goes, "The hillside." I said, "Which house?" And he told me which house. And I said, "Oh, the Applegate's old house. I've been in that house." And he goes, "Get the fuck out of here. You've been in my house." I said, "Yeah." I said,
Wow.
"I've been in that house. I've been in the house next door, and I've been in the house 2 houses down."
Wow.
I
Truly
said,
is small.
"Does Mrs. Cannon still live down on the corner?" And he goes, "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" I said, "Well, yeah, I graduated from high school with her girls." He goes, "Oh, shit."
And you blew their mind.
And everybody in the room is going,
Yeah. What are the odds?
yeah.
Well, maybe not that big. Maybe not that small of odds, honestly.
Well, in a community that size, there's only 3,200 people in that community.
Yeah.
It's a really small community.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at him and I said to him, I go, "Did you have Mr. Wayne Scott for math?" And he says, "You know Mr. Wayne Scott?"
Oh, man.
And I said, "I graduated from high school with Mr. Wayne Scott."
So funny.
And I said, "Who's the principal now?" And he goes, "Dr. Renner." And I said, "Yeah, he lived 4 houses down the street from me."
Oh, my gosh.
And he's like, "Holy crap." And I went, "Yeah, everybody in the room is like looking at us." And I went, "It's a really small community."
Yeah. Here he is thinking he escaped.
I said, "You cannot escape
Yeah.
Marymount."
Anywhere in the Midwest, probably.
I looked at him and I said, "You can't escape it." And I looked at him and I said, "It is Stepford." I said, I don't know if people know that reference, if you know the movie Stepford Wives.
Oh, yeah.
I refer to Marymount, Ohio, Marymount outside of Cincinnati as Stepford.
It's got that vibe.
It definitely does. Let's put it this way. Everything is Tudor.
Ooh. What do you mean? Sounds bad.
Everything is
The color Tudor?
and
Pewter, you said?
Tudor.
Tudor. Like shitty?
Tudor, like Tudor style architecture.
I don't know that I'm familiar.
Well, look it up.
I will indeed.
Yeah, like the hotel is Tudor style. The architecture on the square is Tudor style. My parents' house was Tudor style.
What's something I might recognize in that style?
It's old English,
Old English,
with like brick or
columns and-
stone on the bottom, and then white with wooden beams on the top.
Oh, the dental. I've painted lots of houses like that now that you're describing it. Yeah.
That's what I grew up in.
Okay.
The entire community looks like that.
Okay. I hate that. There's portions. I worked in Oak Park for a long time painting houses. Lots of houses look like that over there.
Yep. Yeah, the whole community looks like that.
Okay. Yeah, that fits that MO then very much.
It's Stepford. It's the community that reminds me of it in Chicagoland is Wilmette.
Wilmette. I don't get up there much, but I believe you.
It's kind of like it, except on a much, much smaller scale.
Yeah.
Wilmette is much larger.
Oh, really? Oh, so your town in Cincinnati is
It's much smaller.
wow. Okay. If Wilmette is larger to it, then yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That gives everyone listening good perspective then.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody who's listening, if you're familiar with Flossmoor Square,
Yeah.
it looks just like Flossmoor Square.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been there. I know that one.
Oh, you know what Flossmoor Square looks like?
The one where you live down south?
Yeah. It
I've
looks
driven
just
through
like.
there. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, Marymount looks just like Flossmoor Square.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now we know. So
Except Flossmoor is much bigger than Marymount. Flossmoor.
even still, huh?
Oh, yeah. Flossmoor's got like 8,000 people. Marymount has like 3,200.
Okay. Wow. That's wild to think about.
Yeah, it's tiny. Tiny. I graduated with 144 people.
Your graduating class? Your senior graduating class?
Yeah, something like that. 140. Something like that.
That's wild. It's absurdly
Yeah.
small. I think there was 1,200 in what would have been mine.
There were maybe 600 in my whole high school.
Very small town.
That was when I was a freshman. By the time I was senior, it was smaller because my graduating class was the very end of the baby boomers. So the classes were getting much smaller as we were going. Like the freshman class, my senior year only had 100.
Wow. That's tiny.
Yeah.
Very small.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't big. So Stepford.
Stepford, indeed.
If you've ever seen Stepford Wives.
I have seen it many years ago when it came out. I remember.
It's like way too perfect.
Way too perfect. All right, so we're just about the 4-hour mark here.
Oh my
believe it or not.
God, really?
So, well, can we talk about the work you have on the table
Sure.
to kind of wrap us
So
up?
I shared with you my
Yes,
book
the
that I'm
poem.
working on. But yeah, I love to do handbook binding. So I brought along a leather-bound book with hand-sewn headbands
May I see?
in silk. Yeah, sure.
And so you're sourcing all of this, like the leather, the paper.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I've been doing some leather work myself recently. Not like this, but this is super
And
neat.
then this is a little book that I made many, many years ago. I had some scrap paper that I sourced. Well, I was at a summer art program for adults up in Maine. It's called Haystack Mountain School of Arts and Crafts. It's on the Maine coast up on Penobscot Bay. It's a great place. If you ever have an opportunity to go, it's phenomenal. You go for like 2 weeks. I pulled all these pieces of paper out of the garbage.
Nice.
And it was really funny because little tree on the front. Somebody asked me, "Oh, where'd you find that cute little picture of the tree?" And I said, "The tree's right there. Here's my pen."
Right.
But I brought this along because this is a cute little book.
You got a short story in there? Oh, check that out.
Little magic
Trick.
Little magic book
I like that.
that this is really easy to make, actually. So all it says in here is, no matter how hard, reach for the sky. When you stop trying, that's when you die. Death of the mind is worse than death of the body. Live, love, be.
I love it. That's awesome. So I have this shirt I'm wearing that I made, and my running branding or theme is temporary forever, and the back says die trying.
It's the same idea.
It's very similar, yeah.
So I love learning processes. I'm a process junkie. So I met a woman who knew how to make baskets.
This is super neat for such a small scale.
It's made out of thread.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow. It looks quite substantial for being made out of thread.
Well, Yeah, you can kind of manipulate it around.
Yeah.
But it's thread and beads.
Very cool. Very cool.
So I grabbed it off my desk before I walked out the door. I thought you might find that fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely.
So take a look.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a process junkie. I love to do just about anything. Photography, basket making, mosaics, welding,
I love it.
weaving. I've woven, crochet, sewing, you name it.
Yeah.
I love learning.
I know the feeling. Yeah.
I just love to learn. So if I can learn how to make something,
Yeah. Learn through
I'm
doing.
up for it. I've currently got about 10,000 beads at home. Not beads, sorry. 10,000 buttons at home.
I think, last time I talked to you, you had begun sorting them, I think.
Most of them are sorted. I got to figure out what I want to do with them.
Okay.
If anybody has an idea, I don't know what to do with them. I have them everywhere.
Yeah. Closets, cabinets.
This big container that you've got down here on the floor, I got a container bigger than that full, plus 4 drawers.
Okay. You got quite a few.
And in every color imaginable, and gold and silver, and every size, from little teeny tiny to about that
2 inch
big.
or so.
I got to figure out what to do with them. I've been collecting them for years. I don't know. I got to figure out what to do. Right now I have 3 stretched canvases. I've been thinking about sewing them on
That could be cool.
and making abstract images out of them, or maybe doing semi visible images out of them,
Yeah.
seeing where that might go with them. I got to find the time,
Yes.
working as much as I'm working right now, it's really tough. Plus thinking about applying to Harvard
Right.
on top of it. And knowing that I have to put together my genealogy in order to get a full scholarship.
Ooh, yeah, that's kind of a...
I know the genealogy line. I just have to put together the information.
you gotta do the work.
I gotta get the documentation. It's called the Presidential Scholarship, and I just have to have the documentation. And unfortunately, I have to contact my brother, who doesn't speak to me, in order to get it.
That's... Yeah.
He's the one who has it, and it's like, Paul, could you send me the documentation of the genealogy line back to Thomas Dudley for me, so that...
You're the second person I've interviewed who has ties to a big school like that. It's crazy to me. I don't know.
There's
Out of
also
nowhere.
a distinct possibility that we have genealogical ties to Brown.
Oh,
So,
you were saying, right?
yeah, John Carter Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and it was really funny because my daughter was actually looking at RISD, Rhode Island School of Design.
Yeah.
And when I was there, I was talking to one of the instructors, and I was telling him about my thesis when we were there. And he's like, you should work here.
Yeah.
Because I work so interdisciplinary.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like to shoot my own photographs. I like to write my own text. I like to work
Yeah.
in a variety of materials. And he's like, oh, you really should be here. You would be great with our students. And I was like, oh, God, I would love that, because I would love to be on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I'd be so much happier there. Not that I don't love Chicago, and I've loved living in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps you're ready for another...
I'm ready for a
change.
new adventure.
Yeah.
I'm ready for a new place. Chicago's been great. But I am ready for a new place, and I've always wanted to be there.
I mean, if you could work at that school, that's an amazing school.
I know. I wouldn't mind being at Mass Art. I wouldn't mind being at RISD. RISD would be great, because then I would be able to live near my aunt.
There you go.
And she's getting up there in years, and I would be able to be near my cousin. and it would be great to be near them.
Well, perhaps is when you're doing your dissertation, you find a position there as well.
Yeah.
Put you closer to campus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I'm in Boston, I'm only an hour away from them.
Yeah.
So,
Very doable.
and when I sort of offhandedly mentioned it to my cousin this summer, she was like, please, please, please.
So you're being encouraged.
Oh, God. They've been encouraging me since I was 21 years old to move up there.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been encouraging me for almost 40 years to move there.
Perhaps it's the time.
I know. And now that my uncle's passed away, my aunt really wants me. I mean, even
Yeah.
more so, wants me there. And so it's hard. It's especially hard now because, you know, I do really feel sort of estranged from the rest of my family.
Yeah.
And have been since 2008.
Mm-hmm.
So
it would probably feel great to have people close to you then. You have your family close to you as well.
yeah,
And who knows what could happen.
I just feel really tied to that part of the country.
Yeah.
You know.
How old's your husband? He's a few years older than you?
Yeah, he's like 3.5 years older.
Yeah.
He's getting close to retirement age, and that's what makes it really hard. You know, he really wants to stay working where he is until he retires, and that makes it really hard.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, perhaps your dissertation and your other endeavors will.
Maybe, you know, maybe I'll
Expedite
go
that
out there and I'll
process.
work on my dissertation, and he can stay here and work. And, you know, I really, here's the thing though, you know, I would only have to go there for a year to do my coursework, and then I could commute back and forth to do my dissertation.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is the main library on the campus is the Peabody Library. And, well, you know, my great-grandmother was a Peabody.
Is that so? Nice.
I mean, my family's really tied.
It feels, the more you describe it and the more we've dug into your life, it feels like it almost makes sense for you to return there in a way.
It really, yeah. It's funny because we were there one summer and we went up to Gloucester,
Okay.
and we stopped. We were going to go whale watching, and our trip got canceled because of a storm. So we drove up to Newburyport, which is a little tiny town on the coast up on Cape Ann. And we pulled into the parking lot to go to the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber of Commerce is in a building called Brown's Wharf.
So it felt all too familiar.
And we walked into the Chamber of Commerce, and I asked the lady, I said, do you have a walking tour map or a map of the town? She goes, of course. And I said, it's kind of humorous that this is called Brown's Wharf. She looks at me and she goes, why? And I said, well, I'm a Brown. She goes, oh, God, not another one. I said, yes, another one. I said, my father was a member of the sons and daughters of the founding fathers of Newburyport, Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. And she's like, oh, Jesus. So we went on the walking tour, and we came to Brown's Park. And we walked down the park, and there was this big plaque. And there was a picture of this man called Moses Brown. And I looked at his picture, and I called my husband, Steve. I said, Steve, come here, look at this. And he comes over and he looks at it and he goes, oh, dear God. I said, it's frightening, isn't it? He goes, yeah. I go, looks just like my father.
Wow.
He was a spitting image.
That's insane.
He was a rum runner.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
From the Caribbean up to New England.
That's so funny.
He looked just like my dad.
Wow.
It was scary.
That's crazy to think about.
I know.
Wow.
And so on the way back down to Rhode Island where we were staying, we drove through this town called Topsfield, Mass. I said, I made him take a detour through Topsfield. I said, pull over. He goes, what are we doing? I said, get out of the car. He goes, why are we getting out of the car? I go, we got to go look at this house.
Uh-huh.
He goes, why are we going to look at this house? I go, look at it. He goes, why does this look familiar? I said, because there's a painting of it on our walls in our living room.
Wow. There's a painting your mom did?
It was a painting that she had bought because it was my 7th great-grandmother's house.
Wow. That's so funny.
I know.
So you're
It's a historic landmark in Massachusetts.
wow. And you're just having this family tree moment,
I
just
know.
reliving it all.
Yeah, we were
Wow.
reliving it that day. It was so bizarre.
That's crazy to think about.
I know. It's like all of Essex County, Massachusetts. You know, and we drove past Brown's Pond as we were driving back.
Wow. You just feel right at home, I bet.
I do.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It makes sense for you to return there.
Yeah. My 7th great-grandfather was at the Salem witch trials.
Wow. Crazy. That's so crazy to think about.
I know.
Such a major part of American history.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I know. They were all there.
How does that make you feel? Do you feel like oddly connected to it through
I feel
history?
very
or?
connected, and I also feel it's this weird dichotomy because I'm very connected to they're all very connected to the American Revolution. So like I could be in the Daughters of the American Revolution, that organization.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. And yet at the same time, I know that they stole the land from the Native Americans, and that makes me sick to my stomach.
Right. So you don't want to be a part of that organization.
So there's this twofold
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
you know, simultaneously.
Mm.
And my dad I'll share this one last thing with you. My dad used to make a joke about my mom's family coming over on the boat.
Okay.
When your family came over on the boat. And one day I finally looked at him and I said, "You're such a fucking idiot." And he looked at me and he goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "How the hell do you think your family got here? They didn't fly. They came here even earlier, you dumbass."
So you gave him this epiphany moment then.
And he looked at me and he went, "Oh my God,
Wow.
you're right." My mom busted out laughing.
Right. Got him.
There were times where my father could be really smart, and then there were other times where he could be just really stupid, and I could outsmart him, and my mother loved it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, she just loved it.
Just champion you on.
Yeah, she would, because she could never stand up to him the way I could,
Yeah.
and she loved the fact that I would stand up to him,
Well, good.
and I would tell him what for,
Yeah.
and she loved that fact.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad she got to live vicariously through you in that way.
Yeah. And I remember the day that I told her I was moving up here and I was going to go to art school and live on my own. And she said, "You're going to live the life I always wanted to live."
Awesome. That's got to be encouraging.
It was. But then when I told her I was going to get married to a man with a child, she was like, "Don't do it."
Yeah. I mean, you could understand her advice, why she would say that, but...
But then later, after she got to know Steve, and she got to know Natalie, my daughter, she said to my dad, she goes, "Be thankful she met a good man who takes care of your daughter."
Wow.
So it's interesting how things turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's somewhat sweet in a way
Yeah.
that she made your dad look at it.
Yeah. So, we make these choices in our life, and we might have regrets, but we can't do that. We just have to move forward and make other choices.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Does this feel like a good place to wrap it up, Amy?
Absolutely.
All right. I can't thank you enough for coming to do
Absolutely.
this.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. If you have work anywhere or you have anything where you want people to follow you or
I
anything
wish
like that.
I did, but I put all of my life and all of my energy into my students.
Okay, fair enough. Well,
So if anybody wants to take a drawing class with me, I'm at Marine Valley Community College in Palos.
awesome. All right.
And I would love to have you in my class.
I love it. All right. Thanks again, Amy.
And you can speak for me as a teacher.
Oh, absolutely. It's got me where I'm at, honestly.
Oh, thank you.
You know, like drawing one, now I teach art.
Oh, you were a great student, and I loved having you in class.
Awesome. Thank you so much for saying that. Truly.
And I remembered you, and it was a joy to have you in class.
Thank you.
And I always remember students, and I was touched when you reached out to me.
It felt like the natural thing to do when I started doing this sort of project. So,
Well, thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate that.
I feel like the whole thing, I don't know. We connected years ago, and like I said, it felt natural to reach out to you. So, I'm really glad I came here to do this, and I know that you're very vulnerable and you told a lot about your personal life, and I know it's going to help lots of people that listen because
I hope so. I am always open about my personal life because I don't want other people to feel alone.
right. And I commend that. More people need to do this, honestly. All right. So thanks again.
You're welcome.
All right. Cool.